You've been taught to fear delays, to see them as failure, as proof that something is wrong with you or your life. But if delays were truly mistakes, why do they keep happening to people who are trying their hardest? Why do some of the most meaningful things arrive only after long seasons of waiting? The truth is this: delays are not punishments. They are part of the design, part of the journey that shapes you before the destination appears. Every delay is still movement, even when it feels like nothing is happening. Life is not stopping you. It is preparing you, teaching you, strengthening you in ways you can't see yet. And ancient wisdom understood this long before our rushed world forgot it. The Stoics knew that timing is not controlled by force, but by alignment, by inner readiness, by patience built through trust. As you listen to these lessons, your mind will begin to soften. The tension around time will loosen. The pressure to arrive will fade. You'll start to see waiting not as loss, but as quiet progress. The anxiety of rushing will give way to calm understanding, and instead of fighting life, you'll feel yourself moving with it. This is not motivation. This is perspective. And when you finish listening, you won't feel behind anymore. You'll feel exactly where you're meant to be. Are you ready? Let's begin. Before moving forward, something needs to settle. If the introduction loosened your grip on time, this next part asks you to loosen your grip on who you think you must become, because delays do not just slow outcomes, they quietly reshape identity, and most people never notice this while it is happening. There comes a point in waiting when frustration turns into reflection. The question shifts from, "Why isn't this working?" to, "What is this changing in me?" That shift matters. It marks the moment when delay stops being something outside of you and starts working within you. This is not a setback. This is where formation begins. Delays are rarely designed to block your path. They exist to edit the person walking it. While attention stays fixed on what is not moving, something far more important is being adjusted beneath the surface. Values recalibrate, boundaries emerge, old definitions of self begin to feel uncomfortable. This process is subtle. It happens in silence, in repetition, in ordinary days that feel heavier than they look. At first, delay feels personal, like rejection, like proof that effort is not enough. You replay choices, you second-guess instincts, you search for errors in yourself. But slowly, without announcement, the delay starts doing something else. It removes urgency that never belonged to you. It exposes goals that were driven by comparison, fear, or pressure. It leaves you alone with yourself long enough to hear what is real. This is where identity starts to shift. When life moves quickly, identity stays shallow. You define yourself by progress, reactions, recognition, and outcomes. But when momentum disappears, those markers collapse. You are left with who you are without validation. That exposure is uncomfortable, but it is honest. It forces clarity. Delays teach you what matters when reward is no longer immediate. You notice which efforts drain you and which stabilize you. Some desires fade without resistance. Others grow stronger without explanation. You realize how much of what you wanted was shaped by the need to be seen rather than the need to be aligned. That realization changes direction quietly, but permanently. Boundaries begin forming here. Before delay, energy is scattered. You say yes too often. You overextend because movement feels safer than stillness. Delay breaks that illusion. You start to feel the cost of misplaced effort. What once felt exciting now feels heavy. Fatigue becomes information, and when listened to, it turns into wisdom. You begin to protect your time differently. You stop chasing spaces that only value your productivity. These boundaries are not born from confidence. They are born from clarity earned through exhaustion, and once formed, they do not disappear. Delay also challenges how you see yourself. When progress stalls, familiar roles begin to weaken. You can no longer rely on being the one who always moves forward, always fixes things, always succeeds. That loss can feel like shrinking, but it is actually simplification. What falls away was never essential. What remains is closer to truth. You start defining yourself by inner qualities rather than external feedback. Patience replaces urgency. Consistency replaces intensity. Integrity replaces image. This shift does not announce itself, but it stabilizes everything. Once identity becomes internal, delays lose their power to threaten your worth. Another transformation happens during extended waiting. Emotional regulation deepens. Delay reveals emotional patterns. You notice how quickly discomfort turns into self-blame, how anxiety builds stories out of uncertainty. Over time, repetition trains restraint. You learn to feel unease without reacting to it. You stop making decisions driven by panic. Your nervous system adapts to uncertainty without collapsing. This level of emotional stability cannot be rushed. It only forms when outcomes refuse to comfort you. The body learns safety without success. That capacity becomes a foundation for everything that follows. Delays also refine motivation. When results are slow, effort becomes intentional. You stop acting to escape discomfort and start acting from clarity. Movement becomes cleaner. You do less, but with more alignment. You are no longer propelled by fear of falling behind. You move because it feels true. This is where many people stop. Not because they lack ability, but because their old motivations no longer work. External pressure fades. Internal truth takes its place, and truth demands honesty. Some goals dissolve here, not because you failed, but because they were never rooted. Others survive the delay and become unshakable. They no longer need urgency to exist. They are steady, they endure. Delays also build self-trust. When feedback disappears, you become your own reference point. You learn to validate effort without applause. You stop asking whether something is working and start asking whether it is right. That shift changes how you choose, how you persist, how you stand by yourself. Self-trust grows when you continue without proof, when you honor commitments without recognition, when you adjust without abandoning your values. This trust cannot be taught. It is built slowly, in silence. Delay also exposes repetition. You start seeing patterns that were invisible during momentum, how you rush beginnings, how you lose patience when growth slows, how you attach identity to progress. Awareness interrupts cycles. You catch yourself before falling into old habits. That awareness rewires behavior. Identity is being edited in real time. You are no longer reacting automatically. You pause, you choose, you respond with intention. This version of you could not exist without the pause that forced awareness. Perception also changes. Time stops feeling like an enemy. You see that rushing never created peace, only pressure. Delay introduces space. In that space, priorities rearrange. You stop measuring yourself against timelines that were never designed for you. Comparison weakens. Readiness begins to matter more than speed. Life becomes less about arriving and more about aligning. Delays also strengthen resilience in ways success never could. When movement returns, resistance will not destabilize you. You have lived inside uncertainty. You will not collapse under ambiguity. You have practiced steadiness without answers. This resilience is quiet, but it holds everything together. Humility forms as well. Delay reminds you that control is limited. Effort matters, But timing has its own intelligence. This humility softens ego. It opens learning. It removes entitlement. You stop demanding outcomes and start respecting process. That respect protects what comes next. Delays refine how you communicate. You stop over-explaining. You stop convincing. You learn that truth does not require defense. Silence becomes comfortable. Privacy becomes strength. Not everything needs to be shared to be real. Your presence changes. You speak less, but with more weight. You listen more. You react less. Stillness becomes confidence. Delay also reshapes your relationship with effort. Effort stops being a transaction. You no longer work only for reward. You work as an expression of self-respect. This shift prevents burnout. It supports long-term growth. Effort becomes sustainable. Patience deepens too. Not passive waiting, but active endurance. You stay present without numbing out. You keep faith without fantasy. This patience is disciplined. It holds uncertainty without collapsing into despair. It becomes a skill you carry everywhere. Delays also invite grief. Grief for lost timelines, for versions of life that will not happen, for expectations that quietly expired. Allowing this grief softens the heart. Ignoring it hardens it. When grief is acknowledged, energy is freed. When it is denied, bitterness forms. Integration happens here. You stop pretending the delay did not hurt. You let it become part of your story instead of a detour. That integration gives depth. It shows in how you speak, how you move, how you relate. People feel it. Delay sharpens intuition. When noise fades, inner signals grow louder. You sense misalignment sooner. You trust subtle discomfort. You act before damage occurs. This sensitivity is trained in quiet, not chaos. It becomes protection. Urgency addiction dissolves. You see that constant movement was masking fear. Fear of being left behind. Fear of being irrelevant. Delay forces those fears into the open. Once faced, they lose power. You no longer need to prove speed. You move with steadiness. Strength reveals itself. Not dramatic strength, but endurance. The ability to continue without reassurance, to remain kind without reward, to stay aligned without applause. This strength rebuilds self-respect. You trust yourself more deeply. By the time movement returns, you are not the same person who began waiting. You no longer need the outcome to validate you. You can receive progress without desperation. You can hold success without losing yourself. This is why delays are not obstacles. They are editors. They remove what cannot survive the future you are walking toward. They shape who you are becoming so that what arrives does not overwhelm you. They teach you how to carry weight, not just reach it. And as this understanding settles, another shift begins. Because once identity stabilizes, timing itself starts to reveal a deeper order. Not punishment, not randomness, alignment. And that is where the journey continues. Something subtle has shifted already. After seeing how delays reshape identity, another realization begins to surface. It becomes clear that waiting is not random and timing is not careless. What once felt like being late starts to feel intentional. This is where a deeper intelligence reveals itself, one that most people never slow down enough to notice. There is a quiet discomfort in feeling behind, a pressure that tightens the chest when life does not move according to plan. Missed timing feels like loss, like failure, like standing outside while others move forward. But hidden inside that discomfort is a truth that changes everything. Being late is not always misalignment. Often, it is protection. Timing is not just about when something happens. It is about who you are when it happens. And life does not deliver outcomes based only on desire or effort. It responds to readiness. Not surface readiness, but internal readiness. Emotional capacity, psychological stability, ethical grounding. Without these, success becomes dangerous. Arriving early feels rewarding in the short term. Praise comes faster. Status builds quickly. Momentum feels intoxicating. But when success comes before alignment, it exposes cracks that were never reinforced. The world sees achievement. Inside, there is confusion. Pressure multiplies. Identity collapses under weight it was never trained to carry. This is how mistimed success damages lives. When something arrives before values are clear, people betray themselves to keep it. When recognition comes before boundaries, relationships suffer. When power arrives before humility, control replaces connection. What looks like progress becomes erosion, slowly, quietly, often unnoticed, until damage is done. Missed timing, on the other hand, slows this process down. It gives space for alignment to form. It allows values to mature before being tested. It strengthens inner structure before outer expansion. What feels like delay is often calibration. Life is not checking whether you want something badly enough. It is checking whether you can hold it without losing yourself. This is why many people who arrive late arrive calmer. They are less reactive, less desperate, less attached to outcome. They do not need the thing to save them. They can receive it without panic. They have already built a life internally. Timing also protects relationships. Success changes how people relate to you. It introduces projection, expectation, and dependency. Without emotional maturity, this shift creates isolation. People pull away. Trust erodes. Loneliness increases. Many who succeed early do not understand why everything feels heavier afterward. Missed timing gives space to develop relational skills. Listening, empathy, discernment, the ability to say no without guilt. Delay is where they are practiced. Timing also regulates identity expansion. Rapid growth creates identity whiplash. You outgrow parts of yourself faster than you can integrate them. This creates instability. You feel disconnected from who you were and unsure of who you are becoming. Missed timing allows gradual integration. Change becomes digestible. Identity stretches instead of fractures. There is also an ethical dimension to timing. Without delay, ambition often overrides conscience. People justify harm in the name of progress. They rationalize shortcuts. Missed timing slows ambition just enough for ethics to catch up. It gives room to question motives, to correct direction, to choose integrity over speed. This intelligence is subtle. It does not announce itself, it simply withholds. Missed timing also reveals attachment. When something does not arrive when expected, attachment surfaces. You see how tightly you were gripping outcomes. You notice how much self-worth was tied to arrival. Delay exposes this dependency. It gives you the opportunity to loosen it. When attachment softens, alignment strengthens. Alignment is not about perfect timing. It is about coherence. Your actions match your values. Your goals reflect your truth. Your pace respects your capacity. Missed timing creates the conditions for this coherence to form. There is also a psychological reason why late arrival often leads to longevity. When success is delayed, the nervous system adapts to uncertainty. It learns regulation. It learns patience. It learns how to tolerate discomfort without collapse. When success finally arrives, it does not overwhelm the system. It feels manageable. Early success often overwhelms emotional capacity. Anxiety increases. Imposter feelings surface. Pressure becomes constant. The nervous system never had time to adapt. Missed timing gives it that training. Timing also protects creativity. When outcomes come too fast, creativity narrows. Fear of loss replaces curiosity. Risk disappears. Delay keeps exploration alive. It allows play without pressure. Ideas develop depth. Expression matures. When recognition finally comes, creativity does not dry up. It expands. There is also a social illusion around timing. People only see arrival. They rarely see collapse. They assume early success is proof of superiority. They do not see burnout, addiction, broken relationships, or identity loss. Missed timing avoids this illusion. It keeps you grounded. It keeps comparison from distorting reality. Alignment requires slowness. It requires time to test beliefs against experience, to see what holds under pressure, to let contradictions surface. Missed timing provides that laboratory. Life experiments quietly while nothing seems to happen. Timing also influences how you receive opportunity. When something arrives late, you recognize its value. Gratitude replaces entitlement. Presence replaces distraction. You show up fully because you understand what it cost to get there. This depth changes how opportunity unfolds. There is also a protective element in being overlooked. Anonymity during delay creates safety. You can make mistakes without consequence. You can learn without being watched. You can grow without pressure. This freedom disappears with visibility. Missed timing preserves it until you are ready. Timing is also relational. Your readiness affects others. Arriving too early can harm people connected to you. Without emotional maturity, leadership wounds. Without self-awareness, love suffocates. Delay protects not just you, but those around you. Life considers this. Missed timing also builds discernment. You learn to distinguish between urgency and intuition, between desire and readiness, between fear-based timelines and inner signals. This discernment prevents future misalignment. It keeps you from forcing doors that would have cost you peace. There is also humility in late arrival. You stop believing you are special because of speed. You respect process. You understand complexity. This humility attracts collaboration. People trust those who waited. They sense depth. Timing also teaches surrender. Not resignation, but cooperation. You stop trying to control every outcome. You learn to move with life rather than against it. This cooperation reduces friction. Flow increases. Missed timing also reframes failure. What once felt like falling behind begins to feel like gathering strength. You stop labeling pauses as mistakes. You see them as instruction. This reframing reduces shame. It restores dignity. There is also a spiritual dimension to timing. Not in a mystical sense, but in trust. You learn that life is not chaotic, that intelligence exists beyond personal planning. This trust calms the mind. It reduces anxiety. It allows presence. Late arrival often brings clarity. You know why you are there. You know what you want to do with it. You are not distracted by proving anything. Purpose replaces performance. This clarity sustains momentum. Mistimed success, by contrast, creates confusion. You have what you wanted but do not know why. Fulfillment feels distant. You keep chasing more because satisfaction never arrived. Delay prevents this hollow cycle. Timing also influences resilience. Those who waited know how to endure. They have faced uncertainty without guarantees. When challenges come, they do not collapse. They adjust. They persist. Late arrival builds patience with complexity. You understand that growth is non-linear. That progress includes pauses. This understanding prevents panic during future delays. You trust cycles. There is also freedom in being late. You are no longer racing ghosts. You are no longer competing with illusions. You move at your pace. This freedom changes everything. Timing teaches responsibility. You take ownership of preparation rather than blaming circumstances. You focus on alignment rather than speed. This responsibility creates empowerment. Missed timing also deepens gratitude. Not gratitude as politeness, but as awareness. You feel the weight of arrival. You honor it. You protect it. This reverence sustains success. There is also an internal quiet that comes from delayed arrival. You are less reactive to opinion, less hungry for validation. You have already survived without it. This independence stabilizes identity. Timing also filters intention. If you are only motivated by speed, delay will exhaust you. If you are motivated by alignment, delay will strengthen you. What survives waiting reveals truth. Late arrival also reduces regret. You do not wonder who you would have been if you slowed down. You lived it. You integrated lessons. You arrived whole. Mistimed success often leaves people chasing the past. Late arrival grounds you in the present. Timing also builds trust in self. You kept going without guarantees. You honored your values without reward. That integrity becomes unshakable. There is wisdom in not being first. First often means exposed, unprepared, vulnerable. Late often means informed, grounded, ready. Life does not reward speed alone. It rewards alignment. Mistiming is not absence of progress. It is progress happening internally. When the external finally catches up, it feels natural. It feels earned. It fits. And as this understanding deepens, another realization begins to form, because timing does not only protect you from yourself. Sometimes it slows you down for reasons that extend beyond you. Sometimes delay exists because your readiness is connected to someone else's survival, healing, or growth. And that is where the journey continues next. Something important becomes clear after understanding timing and alignment. Not every delay exists to prepare you alone. Some pauses are not personal at all. They are relational. They exist because your life is not isolated, and what you carry next will touch other lives in ways you cannot yet see. There is a quiet discomfort in realizing that your progress is connected to someone else's readiness. It challenges the idea that life revolves around individual timelines. It raises a deeper question. What if the slowing down is not about holding you back, but about protecting someone else from harm that would come if you arrived too soon? This is where the meaning of delay expands. Life is deeply interconnected. Every role you will step into affects other people. Leadership affects followers. Love affects partners. Stability affects children. Healing affects those who depend on your presence. When life slows you down, it is often adjusting the emotional and psychological impact you will have on others. Readiness is not just about skill. It is about how safely you can hold influence. Without delay, people often arrive powerful but unsafe. They carry unresolved pain, unchecked control, or emotional volatility into spaces that require steadiness. When this happens, damage spreads quietly. People are hurt not by intention, but by immaturity. Delay interrupts this pattern. Sometimes, life slows you because someone else is not yet ready to meet the version of you that is coming. They may need time to grow, to heal, to strengthen, or to survive something you cannot see. If you arrive too early, your presence might overwhelm, dominate, or derail their process. This is especially true in relationships. Love that arrives before emotional maturity often becomes control. Care becomes dependency. Protection becomes suffocation. Delay gives time for boundaries to form, so love can remain supportive instead of consuming. Delay also protects future responsibility. There are roles that require emotional steadiness more than talent. Parenting, leadership, mentorship, partnership. These roles do not forgive unregulated emotion. A single outburst, a single blind spot, a single unchecked fear can leave lasting scars. Life slows you until you can hold responsibility without leaking your unresolved pain into others. Sometimes delay exists because someone else needs time to become who they are meant to be before crossing paths with you. If you met too early, the connection might fail. Timing matters not because of romance or coincidence, but because growth is uneven. People evolve at different speeds. Delay synchronizes growth. This applies not only to personal relationships, but to impact. The work you will do, the words you will speak, the presence you will carry will reach people who are not yet ready to receive it. If it came too soon, it would be misunderstood, rejected, or misused. Delay ensures reception. There is also protection in emotional safety. If you are given access to someone else's vulnerability before you have learned restraint, empathy, and listening, harm happens. Delay gives time to develop emotional literacy. You learn how to sit with pain without fixing it. You learn how to support without controlling. You learn how to be present without absorbing what is not yours. These skills are learned slowly. They require exposure to your own limits. Life also slows you down to prevent generational repetition. Unhealed patterns passed down through families repeat when responsibility arrives before awareness. Delay creates space to recognize these patterns. You see what you carry, you name it, you interrupt it. This protects future relationships and future generations. Sometimes delay exists because someone else's healing depends on your patience. People heal at different rates. If you rush them, you reopen wounds. If you pressure growth, resistance forms. Delay teaches you how to wait without resentment, how to love without urgency, how to stay steady while others find their footing. This patience is not passive, it is regulated presence. Delay also protects power dynamics. When you grow faster than others around you, imbalance forms. Without awareness, this imbalance turns into dominance. Delay gives time to develop humility so that growth does not become superiority. Power without humility harms. Life also slows you to deepen compassion. Exposure to your own waiting makes you gentler with others who struggle. You stop judging timelines. You stop assuming laziness or lack of effort. You understand complexity. This compassion changes how you interact with everyone. Your presence becomes safer. Delay can also exist because your voice will one day carry weight. Words spoken without care can damage. Influence requires responsibility. Life trains you to speak thoughtfully by letting you sit in silence long enough to understand impact. This silence is training. Sometimes, delay protects people from the version of you that is still reactive. Emotional reactivity spreads. Stress transfers. Anxiety infects environments. Life waits until you can regulate yourself before placing you in spaces where your energy affects others. This regulation takes time. It takes repeated exposure to discomfort without collapse. Delay also exists to prevent dependency. If you arrive too soon in someone's life, they may rely on you instead of developing their own strength. Delay allows others to build autonomy. When connection finally happens, it becomes partnership instead of rescue. Rescue creates imbalance. Partnership creates stability. Life also slows you when your healing is tied to someone else's healing. Sometimes you need to learn boundaries so you do not absorb pain that is not yours. Delay teaches separation. It teaches where you end and others begin. This clarity prevents burnout and resentment. Delay also prepares you to witness pain without losing yourself. Being present for others' suffering requires strength. Without it, empathy becomes overwhelm. Delay trains capacity. You learn how to stay grounded while holding space. There are also moments when delay exists because someone else needs protection from your growth. Growth can intimidate. It can destabilize insecure environments. Without emotional maturity, this creates conflict. Delay gives time for environments to shift or dissolve naturally. Life reduces unnecessary collision. Delay can also exist because your future role requires discernment. Not everyone deserves access to you. Delay sharpens judgment. You learn to recognize who is safe, who is aligned, and who is harmful. This protects future connections. Discernment is learned through waiting, not speed. Sometimes delay exists because your presence will trigger transformation in others. Without preparation, that transformation could be destabilizing. Life prepares both sides quietly. Growth ripples outward. Delay also teaches responsibility for impact. You stop focusing only on intention and start considering effect. You realize that good intentions do not prevent harm. Awareness changes behavior. This awareness protects relationships. Life also slows you to prevent emotional debt. When you help others without boundaries, resentment accumulates. Delay teaches balance. You learn how to give without depletion. This sustainability protects both you and others. Delay also exists because some people must exit your life before others can enter. Overlap creates confusion. Life clears space slowly. This protects new connections from old dynamics. Transitions require closure. There are times when delay protects someone from meeting you at the wrong stage of your journey. People often attach to who you are becoming instead of who you are. Delay allows you to arrive grounded, so connection is based on truth, not potential. Potential creates pressure. Life also slows you to teach presence. Rushing makes people feel unseen. Delay trains listening. Attention deepens. This presence is healing to others. Sometimes, delay exists because your future work will involve guiding others through waiting. You cannot teach what you have not lived. Delay gives experience. It builds credibility that cannot be fabricated. Experience creates trust. Life also slows you because some outcomes require collective readiness. Communities, families, systems move slower than individuals. Delay aligns timing, so change does not fracture connection. Change without consent creates resistance. Delay also protects you from carrying guilt. Arriving before readiness can create regret. You see harm caused unintentionally. Delay prevents this weight. Life is careful with responsibility. Sometimes delay exists because your future influence will expose hidden wounds in others. Life prepares you to respond with compassion instead of defensiveness. This preparation is emotional. Delay also teaches restraint. Not every opportunity needs to be seized. Not every door needs to be forced. This restraint protects others from instability. Life also slows you to build emotional independence. Others should not be responsible for regulating you. Delay teaches self-soothing. This prevents emotional burden on relationships. There are moments when delay exists because someone else needs to fail without you intervening. Growth requires struggle. If you arrive too soon, you interfere. Delay allows others to develop resilience. Support does not mean control. Life also slows you to prevent role confusion. You are not meant to be everything to everyone. Delay clarifies your place. This clarity protects relational balance. Delay can also exist because your compassion needs depth. Surface empathy is insufficient. Deep empathy comes from lived waiting. This depth heals. Sometimes delay exists because your presence will mark a turning point in someone's life. Turning points require timing. Too early, they are missed. Too late, they are ignored. Life calibrates arrival carefully. Life also slows you because some responsibilities cannot be undone. Once you step into certain roles, innocence is lost. Delay preserves lightness until weight is necessary. Delay protects joy. There is also protection in emotional maturity. Without delay, people confuse intensity with love, urgency with importance. Delay clarifies these distinctions. Life slows you to teach steadiness. Sometimes delay exists because your growth will challenge others to grow. Without preparation, this creates resentment. Delay gives time for adaptation. Growth is contagious but must be paced. Life also slows you because your future self must be able to forgive. Holding others' pain requires compassion. Delay softens judgment. Delay also exists because your presence will demand accountability. Without integrity, this becomes hypocrisy. Delay aligns behavior with values. Life protects coherence. Sometimes delay exists because your future work will require patience beyond your current capacity. Life stretches capacity slowly to prevent collapse. Delay also teaches humility in service. Serving others without ego requires maturity. Delay removes entitlement. Life also slows you to teach listening before speaking. Words carry weight. Delay teaches silence. Sometimes delay exists because someone else's safety depends on your restraint. Restraint is learned through waiting. Life is not cruel with timing. It is careful. Not every delay is about you. Some pauses exist because your readiness intersects with someone else's survival, healing, or growth. Life moves pieces with awareness you cannot see. And as this realization settles, another layer emerges. Because sometimes life does not slow you for others alone. Sometimes it slows you to regulate something deeper inside you, something biological, something emotional, something that must stabilize before joy can be held without harm. And that is where the journey continues next. As the understanding deepens, another layer quietly reveals itself. After seeing how delays protect others and shape relationships, attention turns inward. Beneath timing, beneath responsibility, beneath meaning, there is something more basic at work, something physical, something emotional, something that cannot be rushed without consequence. This is where waiting becomes less about fate and more about regulation. There is a reason joy sometimes feels overwhelming. A reason good news can bring anxiety instead of peace. A reason long-awaited success can trigger fear, self-sabotage, or numbness. These reactions are not flaws, they are signals. They come from a nervous system that has not yet learned how to hold what is coming. Waiting trains the nervous system. The body does not experience life the way the mind explains it. The nervous system does not understand plans or timelines. It understands safety, threat, intensity, and capacity. When something arrives too quickly or too intensely, the system reacts as if danger is present, even if the event is positive. This is why sudden joy can feel destabilizing. The system reads unfamiliar intensity as unsafe. Delay allows the body to slowly expand its capacity to tolerate change. When life slows you down, it is often because your nervous system is still learning how to stay regulated under pressure. Without this regulation, even happiness becomes threatening. Pleasure feels undeserved. Success feels fragile. Love feels overwhelming. Delay gives the body time to adapt. Stress changes the nervous system, so does unpredictability. Waiting exposes you to both, but in manageable doses. Each pause, Each uncertainty gently stretches tolerance. You learn how to stay grounded when things are unclear. You learn how to breathe through discomfort. This builds resilience at a biological level. This is not something you can think your way into. It must be lived. When people receive what they want too soon, the nervous system often goes into survival mode. Fight shows up as control. Flight shows up as avoidance. Freeze shows up as numbness. These responses sabotage joy before it has time to settle. Delay prevents this by slowing exposure. Gradual waiting teaches the body that anticipation does not equal danger. That uncertainty does not mean collapse. That tension can exist without catastrophe. Over time, the nervous system learns to stay present instead of bracing for loss. This is why people who wait longer often enjoy outcomes more deeply. Their bodies are ready. The nervous system also holds memory. Past experiences of loss, disappointment, or instability create sensitivity to change. When something good arrives, the body remembers how quickly things can disappear. It prepares for impact instead of celebration. Delay works with this memory. Waiting gives time to process old experiences. It allows unresolved stress to surface and release. Without this processing, new joy sits on top of old fear. The result is anxiety layered over happiness. Life waits until those layers thin. Delay also helps regulate expectation. When outcomes are postponed, fantasy dissolves. Reality replaces projection. This reduces shock when things finally arrive. The nervous system prefers predictability. Delay removes unrealistic expectations that would otherwise overwhelm. This is especially important with relationships, responsibility, and success. The body reacts not only to what happens, but to what it expects. When expectation is inflated, arrival feels jarring. Delay slowly deflates expectation into grounded readiness. Delay also builds emotional stamina. Waiting requires staying present through discomfort without immediate relief. This trains the system to tolerate sensation without shutting down. Over time, emotional range expands. You can feel more without being overwhelmed. This expanded range allows joy to be felt fully instead of cautiously. The nervous system also responds to pacing. Fast change activates alarm. Slow change allows integration. Delay creates rhythm. It gives the body time to adjust to new levels of stimulation, responsibility, and visibility. This pacing prevents burnout. Burnout is not caused by effort alone. It is caused by nervous system overload. Delay reduces this risk by spacing growth. Life also slows you to recalibrate baseline. If your nervous system is used to constant stress, calm can feel unsafe. Waiting introduces moments of stillness. At first, they feel uncomfortable. Over time, they become familiar. The system resets its baseline from urgency to steadiness. This reset changes how you receive joy. Joy no longer spikes and crashes, it settles. Delay also teaches the body how to rest without guilt. Many people associate rest with danger. Slowing down feels like falling behind. Delay forces rest into the system. The body learns that nothing bad happens when it pauses. This reduces hypervigilance. Hypervigilance blocks joy. When the system is always scanning for threat, pleasure feels risky. Delay teaches safety through repetition. Waiting also exposes coping patterns. You notice how you distract, numb, or overwork to avoid discomfort. Awareness creates choice. You begin replacing reactive coping with regulation, breathing, movement, grounding, presence. These skills increase capacity. Delay also reduces emotional shock. When success or connection arrives after waiting, the nervous system has rehearsed anticipation. It has experienced hope, rising and falling. This repetition softens impact. Arrival feels familiar, not overwhelming. This familiarity allows presence. The nervous system also needs time to build trust. Trust is not a belief, it is a felt sense. Waiting tests trust slowly. Each time you survive uncertainty, trust deepens. This trust allows the body to relax when good things happen. Relaxation is necessary to receive joy. Delay also prevents emotional whiplash. Rapid change creates instability. You feel excited one moment and terrified the next. Delay smooths transitions. Emotional states shift gradually. This reduces internal conflict. The nervous system prefers consistency. Waiting also strengthens self-regulation. You learn how to calm yourself without external reassurance. This independence stabilizes relationships. You no longer rely on outcomes to regulate emotion. This makes joy safer. Joy no longer carries the burden of emotional survival. Delay also addresses trauma responses. Trauma sensitizes the nervous system to intensity. Even positive events can trigger overwhelm. Delay allows gradual exposure to stimulation. This is how regulation heals. Life does this naturally. Waiting also creates predictability. Routines form. Days become structured. The nervous system relaxes into rhythm. When change finally comes, it enters a stable environment. Stability supports integration. Delay also builds tolerance for ambiguity. Not knowing activates stress. Waiting teaches the body that ambiguity is survivable. This reduces anxiety around future unknowns. Joy no longer feels temporary or fragile. The nervous system also responds to self-trust. Each time you navigate waiting without collapse, confidence grows. The body remembers success. This memory replaces fear with competence. Competence allows joy to expand. Delay also teaches boundaries at a somatic level. You learn when to stop, when to rest, when to say no. Joy requires containment. The nervous system also needs safety cues. Waiting creates internal cues of safety. You learn to soothe yourself, to recognize calm, to return to balance. These cues remain when life accelerates. Acceleration becomes manageable. Delay also prevents emotional flooding. Flooding happens when sensation exceeds capacity. Delay increases capacity before sensation increases. This protects mental health. Life is careful with capacity. Waiting also trains patience biologically. Patience is not passive, it is regulated waiting. The nervous system learns how to stay engaged without agitation. This skill supports long-term fulfillment. Fulfillment requires endurance. Delay also reduces fear of loss. Repeated waiting teaches that absence does not equal abandonment. The nervous system stops bracing for disappearance. This allows joy to be enjoyed without constant fear. Fear blocks presence. Delay also recalibrates reward systems. Instant gratification overstimulates. Waiting restores sensitivity. Joy feels richer because the system is not desensitized. Sensitivity allows depth. The nervous system also learns how to hold pleasure. Pleasure activates vulnerability. Delay teaches safety in vulnerability. This allows joy to soften instead of harden. Delay also stabilizes attachment. Secure attachment requires regulation. Waiting builds internal security. Relationships become less anxious. Joy feels shared, not threatened. The nervous system also needs preparation for visibility. Attention can be overwhelming. Delay allows gradual exposure. This prevents collapse under scrutiny. Life protects regulation. Waiting also teaches resilience through recovery. You learn how to recover from disappointment. This recovery builds confidence. The body knows it can return to balance. Balance supports joy. Delay also creates emotional spaciousness. Spaciousness allows reflection. Reflection allows meaning. Meaning deepens joy. The nervous system responds to meaning more than stimulation. Waiting also prevents identity shock. Sudden change can fracture self-concept. Delay allows identity to adjust gradually. This coherence stabilizes emotion. Coherence supports fulfillment. Delay also strengthens grounding. Grounding keeps the body present. Waiting practices grounding repeatedly. This presence allows joy to be felt fully. Presence is the doorway to joy. The nervous system also benefits from repetition. Repeated waiting cycles train calm. Calm becomes default. When joy arrives, it lands in calm. This is why waiting exists. Not as punishment, not as denial, but as regulation. Life waits until your nervous system can hold what is coming without turning it into threat, pressure, or self-destruction. It waits until joy can be received without sabotage. And once this regulation settles, another truth begins to emerge. Because waiting does not only shape capacity, it also reshapes ego. It quietly dismantles arrogance so fulfillment can last. And that is where the journey continues next. As the body learns how to hold joy without panic, another transformation quietly begins. Regulation softens reaction, steadiness replaces urgency, and with that steadiness comes a subtle shift in how you see yourself. This is where waiting does something few people expect. It doesn't just calm the nervous system, it reshapes the ego, and without this reshaping, fulfillment never lasts. There is a quiet discomfort in realizing that struggle has been doing you a favor, not by breaking you, but by bending something rigid inside, something that would have snapped under the weight of unchecked success. That realization opens a deeper truth. Delay is not only preparation, it is correction. Ego grows fastest in speed. When things come easily, the mind fills in the gaps with stories of specialness, entitlement, and control. You begin to believe results are proof of superiority rather than circumstance, timing, or support. This belief feels empowering at first, but it creates fragility. The ego becomes dependent on continuation. Any interruption feels like threat. Delayed paths interrupt this inflation. Struggle introduces friction. Friction forces self-examination. It removes the illusion that effort guarantees outcome. You confront limits. You face rejection. You experience failure that cannot be explained away. This does not destroy confidence. It grounds it. Humility is not humiliation. It is accuracy. Delayed paths teach accuracy. You learn what you can control and what you cannot. You see how much of life depends on factors beyond willpower. This understanding dissolves arrogance quietly. You stop assuming mastery where there is complexity. This humility protects fulfillment. When ego remains inflated, fulfillment becomes conditional. You need more praise, more proof, more dominance. Satisfaction never settles because the ego must constantly be fed. Delay starves this hunger long enough for it to weaken. Struggle also breaks the illusion of self-sufficiency. When things move slowly, you need help, advice, support, patience from others. This dependence humanizes you. It deepens empathy. You stop seeing others as tools or obstacles and start seeing them as contributors. Fulfillment without connection is hollow. Delayed paths also expose blind spots. Speed allows blind spots to hide. Struggle shines light into them. You see habits that sabotage trust. You notice how pride prevents learning. You feel the cost of defensiveness. This awareness hurts, but it heals. Ego resists feedback. Delay forces it. When progress stalls, feedback becomes unavoidable. You listen differently. You observe more. You stop assuming you already know. This openness allows growth that speed would have blocked. Delayed paths also correct comparison. Arrogance feeds on comparison. Being ahead reinforces superiority. Delay removes ranking. You are no longer measuring yourself against others. You focus on endurance instead of position. This shift brings peace. Struggle also dismantles false confidence. False confidence depends on outcome. It collapses under resistance. Delay strips it away, leaving room for real confidence to form. Confidence that is rooted in persistence, not performance. This confidence lasts. Delayed paths teach respect for process. Arrogance dismisses process as unnecessary. Struggle proves otherwise. You learn that mastery takes time, that shortcuts carry cost. This respect changes how you approach everything. Fulfillment, built on respect, is stable. Struggle also refines ambition. Unchecked ambition is ego-driven. It wants speed, recognition, dominance. Delay forces ambition to mature. It becomes purpose-driven instead of image-driven. You start asking why, not just how fast. This alignment makes fulfillment meaningful. Delayed paths also reveal entitlement. Entitlement expects reward without readiness. Struggle dissolves this expectation. You learn that effort does not entitle outcome. Gratitude replaces demand. Gratitude deepens satisfaction. Struggle also softens judgment. When things are easy, it's tempting to judge those who struggle. Delay places you in their position. You experience complexity firsthand. Judgment fades. Compassion grows. Compassion expands fulfillment beyond self. Delayed paths also reduce control obsession. Arrogance seeks control. Struggle reveals its limits. You learn to adapt instead of dominate. Flexibility replaces rigidity. This adaptability prevents collapse when plans fail. Fulfillment requires flexibility. Struggle also humbles communication. Ego speaks to impress. Delay teaches listening. You speak with less certainty and more curiosity. Conversations deepen. Relationships strengthen. Fulfillment is relational. Delayed paths also challenge narratives of superiority. You see that talent without patience fails. Intelligence without humility isolates. Delay teaches that character matters more than capability. This truth grounds success. Struggle also builds respect for others' journeys. You stop assuming everyone has the same resources, support, or timing. This awareness reduces arrogance. You meet people where they are. This meeting creates connection. Delayed paths also strip performative identity. When results disappear, performance loses value. You stop acting for approval. Authenticity emerges. This authenticity feels safer to others. Fulfillment thrives in authenticity. Struggle also exposes fear disguised as confidence. Sometimes arrogance is armor. Delay cracks it. Fear surfaces. When faced honestly, fear loses power. True confidence emerges. True confidence is quiet. Delayed paths also reduce attachment to status. Status depends on comparison. Delay removes the stage. You learn to value substance. This shift prevents emptiness. Fulfillment rooted in substance endures. Struggle also teaches patience with complexity. Life is rarely simple. Ego wants simplicity. Delay teaches nuance. You tolerate ambiguity. This tolerance prevents impulsive decisions. Impulsivity destroys fulfillment. Delayed paths also build respect for timing. You stop forcing outcomes. You trust readiness. Fulfillment feels cooperative, not combative. Struggle also reveals resilience. Resilience, built through delay, is humble. It doesn't boast, it endures. This resilience supports long-term satisfaction. Satisfaction requires endurance. Delayed paths also encourage mentorship. Having struggled, you guide without superiority. You support without condescension. This generosity enriches fulfillment. Giving completes growth. Struggle also dissolves the myth of arrival. Arrogance believes arrival ends effort. Delay teaches that growth continues. Fulfillment becomes dynamic, not static. Dynamic fulfillment stays alive. Delayed paths also refine leadership. Leadership without humility harms. Struggle teaches service. You lead with awareness of impact. This leadership sustains trust. Trust sustains fulfillment. Struggle also corrects ego's timeline. Ego wants now. Delay teaches later. This patience prevents regret. Regret erodes fulfillment. Delayed paths also teach responsibility. You take ownership of preparation instead of blaming circumstances. This responsibility empowers. Empowerment feels fulfilling. Struggle also builds reverence. You respect what you earn. You protect it. You don't take it lightly. Joy deepens fulfillment. Delayed paths also dissolve arrogance through gratitude. You recognize support, timing, and grace. You stop taking credit alone. Gratitude humbles naturally. Humility sustains fulfillment. Struggle also prepares you to lose without collapsing. Arrogance cannot handle loss. Delay teaches resilience in absence. This strength protects fulfillment from fragility. Fulfillment requires resilience. Delayed paths also reshape success. Success becomes stewardship, not entitlement. You care for what you gain. This care preserves satisfaction. Care is the antidote to emptiness. Struggle also aligns ego with reality. Reality resists ego. Delay enforces alignment. This alignment reduces internal conflict. Peace emerges. Delayed paths also teach reverence for effort. Effort becomes meaningful, not transactional. This meaning enriches fulfillment. Meaning outlasts reward. Struggle also teaches humility and joy. You celebrate without boasting. You enjoy without diminishing others. Connection enriches fulfillment. Delayed paths also prevent spiritual bypassing. You face discomfort instead of avoiding it. This honesty grounds growth. Grounded growth lasts. Struggle also cultivates patience with self. You stop demanding perfection. You allow learning. This gentleness supports long-term satisfaction. Self-compassion sustains fulfillment. Delayed paths also dismantle ego narratives of destiny. You stop believing success proves worth. Worth becomes inherent. This shift frees joy. Freedom supports fulfillment. Struggle also trains ethical restraint. You don't exploit opportunities. You act with integrity. This integrity protects peace. Peace defines fulfillment. Delayed paths also foster humility in achievement. You hold success lightly. You know how quickly it can change. Presence deepens fulfillment. Struggle also reshapes ambition into contribution. You care about impact, not image. This contribution satisfies deeply. Contribution completes fulfillment. Delayed paths also soften identity, rigidity. You adapt. You evolve. Ego loosens. This flexibility keeps life engaging. Engagement fuels fulfillment. Struggle also prepares you for shared success. You celebrate others without envy. You collaborate without competition. This shared joy multiplies satisfaction. Shared joy sustains fulfillment. Delayed paths also reveal ego's cost. You see how arrogance isolates. You choose humility instead. This choice changes everything. Fulfillment becomes relational, not solitary. Struggle also teaches reverence for timing, again and again. You stop rushing lessons. You respect cycles. This respect reduces conflict. Harmony emerges. Delayed paths also prevent collapse under success. Ego collapses when challenged. Humility adapts. Delay builds adaptability. Adaptability sustains fulfillment. Struggle also grounds joy in gratitude rather than entitlement. Gratitude stabilizes happiness. Delayed paths finally teach this truth. Fulfillment is not earned through speed or dominance. It is sustained through humility, patience, and respect for process. Struggle humbles the ego just enough to make joy survivable. And as this humility settles, another realization begins to surface. Because once ego softens, something else starts to grow in the quiet spaces where nothing seems to work. A rare kind of intelligence that only stagnation can teach. And that is where the journey continues next. As humility settles and the ego loosens its grip, something unfamiliar begins to surface. The noise of striving fades. The old strategies stop working. Effort no longer produces predictable results. This is the stage most people fear and try to escape. But this is also where a rare ability begins to form. Not strength, not patience, something quieter, something sharper, a kind of intelligence that only appears when progress disappears. There is a specific discomfort that comes when nothing responds to effort. You try what used to work, and it doesn't. You adjust, and still nothing shifts. Motivation drops, confidence wavers. It feels like standing still while life moves around you. But beneath that frustration, something essential is being trained. This is where adaptive intelligence is born. Adaptive intelligence is not about knowing what to do. It is about learning how to function when you don't. It is the ability to stay engaged without clear feedback, to adjust without instruction, to remain thoughtful without certainty. You cannot develop this skill during momentum. Momentum hides weakness. Stagnation reveals it. When nothing is working, the mind loses its shortcuts. You can no longer rely on habit, routine, or assumption. You are forced to observe, to listen, to question. This observation sharpens perception. You start noticing details you once ignored. Patterns, timing, your own reactions. Stagnation slows perception just enough for awareness to catch up. This awareness is the foundation of adaptive intelligence. You learn to read situations instead of forcing solutions. You sense when to pause and when to act. You stop confusing action with progress. This discernment is learned only when action fails. When systems break down, adaptability emerges. Adaptive intelligence also trains flexibility. When plans fail repeatedly, rigidity becomes painful. You are forced to let go of fixed ideas. You stop clinging to one path. You explore alternatives without attachment. This flexibility allows you to move laterally instead of forward. And sometimes, lateral movement is what unlocks the next stage. Rigid minds break in stagnation. Flexible minds evolve. Nothing working also dismantles overconfidence in intellect. You realize that knowledge alone is insufficient. Experience matters, context matters, timing matters. This humility sharpens learning. You become teachable again. Teachable minds adapt faster. Adaptive intelligence also develops emotional agility. When frustration persists, you learn how to feel without reacting. You experience disappointment without collapse. You hold uncertainty without panic. These emotional skills allow clearer thinking under pressure. Clear thinking requires emotional regulation. Stagnation also teaches problem framing. When solutions fail, you begin questioning the problem itself. Maybe the goal is wrong. Maybe the assumption is flawed. Maybe the question needs to change. This reframing is a high-level cognitive skill. It separates those who adapt from those who repeat failure. Reframing unlocks new paths. Adaptive intelligence also refines patience without passivity. You stay alert while waiting. You observe trends. You prepare quietly. This readiness allows quick response when opportunity appears. You are not idle. You are attuned. Attunement replaces force. Nothing working also forces creativity without pressure. Without external reward, creativity becomes exploratory instead of performative. You try ideas without attachment. You experiment without fear of failure. This freedom produces innovation. Innovation thrives in low-stakes environments. Adaptive intelligence also trains decision-making in uncertainty. You learn how to act with incomplete information. You weigh risk differently. You accept imperfection. This competence becomes invaluable later, when stakes are higher and clarity is still absent. High-level decisions are rarely made with certainty. Stagnation also deepens self-awareness. You notice which strategies you default to under stress. Control, avoidance, overthinking. Awareness allows correction. You replace reflex with response. Response is adaptive, reflex is not. Adaptive intelligence also strengthens internal motivation. When external validation disappears, you learn why you continue. This intrinsic drive is stable. It does not depend on praise or outcome. It sustains effort during long cycles. Sustainable effort requires internal fuel. Nothing working also develops tolerance for ambiguity. You stop demanding clarity before acting. You move with partial understanding. This tolerance prevents paralysis. It keeps you functional when others freeze. Functionality in ambiguity is rare. Adaptive intelligence also sharpens pattern recognition. Repetition during stagnation reveals what persists. You see which behaviors consistently fail and which subtly succeed. This pattern awareness informs future strategy. Strategy evolves through observation. Stagnation also trains restraint. You learn when not to act, when to conserve energy, when to let things unfold. This restraint prevents burnout and missteps. Restraint is strategic. Adaptive intelligence also fosters resilience through experimentation. You try small adjustments instead of dramatic changes. You test, observe, refine. This iterative approach reduces risk and builds confidence. Iteration outperforms force. Nothing working also dissolves the illusion of linear progress. You accept cycles. You understand setbacks as information. This understanding reduces emotional volatility. Stability improves intelligence. Adaptive intelligence also enhances communication. You learn to ask better questions, to seek feedback without defensiveness, to articulate uncertainty. These skills improve collaboration. Collaboration requires humility. Stagnation also builds mental endurance. You stay engaged over long periods without reinforcement. This endurance supports complex projects that require sustained attention. Complexity demands endurance. Adaptive intelligence also strengthens intuition. Without clear data, you learn to trust subtle signals. You notice timing. You feel alignment. This intuition complements analysis. Intuition grows in quiet. Nothing working also refines values. You see what you are willing to endure, what compromises you will not make. This clarity guides future decisions. Values anchor adaptation. Adaptive intelligence also trains strategic waiting. You recognize when action would worsen outcomes. You hold position. This patience is active. It is informed. Informed patience is powerful. Stagnation also reduces attachment to identity. You stop defining yourself by success or failure. This detachment allows flexibility. You can change without ego resistance. Identity flexibility enables growth. Adaptive intelligence also increases capacity for complexity. You hold multiple possibilities without needing resolution. This capacity prevents oversimplification. Oversimplification leads to error. Nothing working also teaches you to learn from absence. Lack of response becomes data. Silence becomes feedback. You read what is not happening. Absence informs strategy. Adaptive intelligence also develops metacognition. You think about how you think. You notice cognitive biases. You adjust reasoning. This self-correction improves judgment. Judgment improves outcomes. Stagnation also trains calm problem-solving. Without urgency, solutions are thoughtful. You avoid reactive fixes. This calm improves effectiveness. Calm enhances clarity. Adaptive intelligence also sharpens prioritization. Limited movement forces focus. You choose carefully. This focus increases impact. Focus multiplies effort. Nothing working also builds confidence in uncertainty. You trust your ability to adapt. This confidence is quiet but strong. Quiet confidence sustains action. Adaptive intelligence also prepares you for disruption. When systems change unexpectedly, you adjust quickly. You are not shocked by instability, you expect it. Expectation reduces fear. Stagnation also deepens learning from failure. Failure becomes teacher, not verdict. This reframing accelerates growth. Learning replaces judgment. Adaptive intelligence also enhances strategic empathy. You consider perspectives. You anticipate reactions. This awareness improves influence. Influence requires understanding. Nothing working also teaches you how to stop forcing alignment. You learn to wait for it. This discernment prevents wasted effort. Alignment conserves energy. Adaptive intelligence also strengthens adaptability across contexts. Skills transfer. You adjust to new environments faster. Transferability increases value. Stagnation also builds trust in process. You see how small shifts accumulate. This trust reduces anxiety. Reduced anxiety improves performance. Adaptive intelligence also trains long-term thinking. You consider consequences beyond immediate relief. This foresight prevents regret. Foresight protects fulfillment. Nothing working also sharpens ethical reasoning. You choose integrity without reward. This alignment stabilizes character. Character sustains success. Adaptive intelligence also develops resilience to boredom. You remain engaged without stimulation. This capacity supports deep work. Depth requires tolerance. Stagnation also teaches you how to exit dead ends gracefully. You let go without bitterness. This grace preserves energy. Grace supports transition. Adaptive intelligence also increases responsiveness. You adapt faster because you have practiced adaptation. Practice builds skill. Nothing working also cultivates curiosity. Curiosity replaces frustration. This curiosity fuels learning. Learning sustains adaptation. Adaptive intelligence also prepares you for leadership in uncertainty. You guide without certainty. This leadership is trusted. Trust follows steadiness. Stagnation also builds independence from outcomes. You focus on quality of process. This focus improves satisfaction. Process orientation sustains motivation. Adaptive intelligence also sharpens strategic humility. You know what you don't know. This awareness prevents overreach. Humility prevents collapse. Nothing working also trains emotional honesty. You acknowledge limits. This honesty supports collaboration. Honesty builds trust. Adaptive intelligence also increases tolerance for delayed gratification. You work now for future benefit. This patience compounds, compounding rewards, waiting. Stagnation also fosters innovation through constraint. Limited options force creativity. Constraint fuels innovation. Adaptive intelligence also strengthens recovery after setbacks. You rebound faster. This resilience supports longevity. Longevity requires recovery. Nothing working also teaches you how to stay present in uncertainty. Presence reduces stress. Reduced stress improves cognition. Adaptive intelligence also builds confidence without certainty. You act responsibly without guarantees. Responsible action builds credibility. Stagnation also refines self-direction. You set internal standards. This autonomy stabilizes effort. Autonomy empowers adaptation. Adaptive intelligence is not glamorous. It does not announce itself, but it quietly prepares you for complexity, uncertainty, and long-term fulfillment. It is learned only when nothing is working, and once learned, it never leaves. And as this intelligence takes root, another truth begins to appear. Because adaptation is not just about survival, it reveals something deeper about speed itself. About how rushing hides weakness, and why lives built too fast often collapse without warning. And that is where the journey continues next. As adaptive intelligence settles in, a contrast becomes impossible to ignore. You begin to see two kinds of lives unfolding around you. Ones that move fast and look impressive from the outside, and others that move slowly but feel grounded. The difference is not ambition or talent, it is structure. And this is where an uncomfortable truth reveals itself. Speed does not expose weakness. It hides it. There is a quiet danger in a rushed life. Not the obvious kind that crashes loudly, but the kind that erodes silently. On the surface, everything seems functional. Progress continues, milestones are hit, responsibilities pile up. From the outside, it looks like success. Inside, something important is being skipped. Rushed lives rarely collapse in dramatic moments. They collapse quietly, through exhaustion, disconnection, and loss of meaning. Speed rewards momentum, not integrity. When things move quickly, there is little time to examine foundations. Decisions are made reactively. Patterns repeat unchecked. Weak points go unnoticed because there is no pause long enough to reveal them. This is how structural weakness hides. In careers, speed often replaces alignment. People climb quickly without asking whether the ladder is placed against the right wall. Titles accumulate, income increases, responsibility expands. But values remain unexamined. Skills outpace emotional capacity. Identity becomes tied to performance. Eventually, pressure exposes what speed concealed. Burnout is not sudden. It is the result of years of misalignment ignored. People do not wake up one day empty. They arrive there gradually, after running past warning signs too fast to notice them. Rushed careers often lack adaptability. When environments change, rigid identities struggle. Without reflection, skills become obsolete. Without humility, learning stops. Collapse happens not because of failure, but because of inflexibility. Relationships suffer under speed as well. When life moves fast, connection becomes transactional, conversations shorten, presence thins, conflicts are postponed instead of resolved, emotional maintenance is delayed. On the surface, relationships appear stable. Underneath, resentment accumulates. Rushed relationships do not explode, they fade. Distance grows quietly. Intimacy weakens. Misunderstandings harden into assumptions. Eventually, there is nothing dramatic left to fix, only indifference. Speed also masks emotional avoidance. Busy lives leave little room for feeling. Discomfort is postponed through distraction. Pain is outrun. Reflection feels inefficient. This avoidance creates emotional debt. Debt accumulates interest. When slowing becomes unavoidable, everything surfaces at once. Self-worth suffers silently in rushed lives. When value is tied to output, rest feels threatening, stillness feels like failure. Identity becomes dependent on productivity. Without space to reflect, self-respect erodes. People feel valuable only when busy. This creates fragility. Any interruption triggers anxiety. Any pause feels dangerous. The inner life becomes unstable. Collapse happens internally, long before anything changes externally. Speed also prevents integration. Experiences pile up without being processed. Lessons are learned, but not absorbed. Growth becomes superficial. Without integration, people repeat mistakes with better packaging. This repetition exhausts. Rushed lives also confuse urgency with importance. Not everything that demands attention deserves it. Speed removes discernment. People respond instead of choose. Priorities blur. Energy scatters. What truly matters receives leftovers. Over time, meaning drains. Careers become obligations. Relationships feel like tasks. Life turns mechanical. This mechanical existence looks functional but feels empty. Speed also hides misalignment in values. When life is rushed, there is little time to question direction. People follow momentum instead of intention. Choices are made because they are available, not because they are right. Eventually, direction feels wrong, but feels too late to change. This is where quiet collapse begins. Rushed lives often lack emotional literacy. Without pauses, people do not learn to name feelings. Stress becomes normalized. Anger is misdirected. Sadness is ignored. Without language, emotions act out through behavior. This creates conflict and confusion. Speed also weakens boundaries. When everything is urgent, nothing is protected. People say yes automatically. Limits erode. Overcommitment becomes identity. Resentment builds silently. Boundaries fail quietly. Rushed lives also erode trust in self. When decisions are made quickly without reflection, regret accumulates. People stop trusting their judgment. Confidence becomes performative. Inside, doubt grows. This internal fracture destabilizes everything. Speed also prevents repair. Mistakes require time to fix. Relationships need conversation. Skills need refinement. Rushed lives move on without repairing. Damage accumulates. Eventually, systems fail. Rushed success often lacks depth. Depth requires time. Time to struggle. Time to reflect. Time to integrate. Without depth, success feels hollow. Pleasure fades quickly. Satisfaction never settles. People chase more speed to fill the gap. Speed also hides fear. Fear of stillness. Fear of inadequacy. Fear of being alone with thoughts. Rushing becomes avoidance. This avoidance creates dependency on motion. When motion stops, fear floods. Rushed lives often mistake stimulation for fulfillment. Constant activity feels alive, but it is not nourishing. Without nourishment, emptiness grows. Collapse occurs when stimulation can no longer distract. Speed also limits empathy. Without time to listen, understanding shrinks. People respond from assumption instead of presence. Relationships lose warmth. Connection requires slowness. Rushed environments reward appearance over substance. Looking capable matters more than being grounded. This creates pressure to perform. Vulnerability disappears. Support systems weaken. Isolation grows quietly. Speed also disrupts learning. Learning requires reflection. Without reflection, mistakes repeat. Growth stalls. People appear experienced but lack wisdom. Wisdom cannot be rushed. Rushed lives also undermine health. Stress accumulates. Sleep suffers. The body signals exhaustion. Signals are ignored. Illness appears later, often unexpectedly. The body collapses before the schedule does. Speed also weakens resilience. When everything is optimized for speed, there is little margin for error. Unexpected challenges overwhelm systems built without slack. Resilience requires space. Rushed lives often skip self-inquiry. Questions like, "Why am I doing this?" feel inconvenient. Without these questions, direction drifts, fulfillment fades. Direction matters more than speed. Speed also distorts time perception. Days blur, weeks disappear. Life feels fast but shallow. People wake up years later wondering where time went. Presence was sacrificed for motion. Rushed lives also confuse growth with accumulation. More experiences, more achievements, more responsibilities. But without meaning, accumulation becomes burden. Burden collapses. Speed also prevents gratitude. Gratitude requires pause. Without pause, nothing is appreciated. Satisfaction remains temporary. Joy needs stillness. Rushed lives often lack coherence. Values, actions, and identity drift apart. This misalignment creates internal tension. Tension drains energy. Collapse begins as fatigue. Speed also limits recovery. Recovery requires rest, reflection, and recalibration. Without recovery, stress compounds. Compounded stress breaks systems. Rushed lives also encourage comparison. Speed creates race mentality. Comparison erodes peace. Speed also hides emptiness. Busy schedules mask lack of meaning. When busyness ends, emptiness surfaces. Collapse feels sudden, but it was forming quietly. Rushed lives often lack legacy. Impact requires intention. Without reflection, actions remain transactional. People work hard but leave little behind. Meaning outlasts speed. Speed also disrupts emotional bonds. Connection requires time. Rushed lives shorten conversations. Shared moments disappear. Loneliness grows quietly. Rushed lives also diminish creativity. Creativity requires space. Pressure kills play. Ideas become recycled. Innovation slows. Speed also reduces self-awareness. Without pause, habits go unchecked. Growth stagnates. Stagnation hides behind motion. Rushed lives often lack fulfillment because fulfillment requires integration. Integration requires time. Time was never the enemy. Speed was. Quiet collapse does not announce itself. It arrives as exhaustion, detachment, dissatisfaction, and confusion. People keep moving because stopping feels dangerous. But danger was always in the rushing. And as this truth settles, another realization begins to form. Because once speed is questioned, something deeper emerges. Waiting does not just reveal weakness, it filters truth. It exposes what you truly want versus what you chased for validation, and that is where the journey continues next. As the illusion of speed falls away, another layer quietly takes its place. Once rushing is exposed for what it hides, waiting begins to reveal something just as important. Not strength, not weakness. Truth. Delay does not only slow movement, it clarifies desire. It separates what matters from what was borrowed, chased, or performed for approval. There is an uneasy feeling that arrives when waiting stretches longer than expected. Motivation fades, excitement dulls. The reasons you once felt certain about start to blur. This discomfort is not a problem. It is the filter activating. Delay removes the noise that once made everything feel urgent. When life moves fast, desire is rarely questioned. Momentum carries intention forward without inspection. You pursue goals because they are praised, because they look impressive, because they promise safety or admiration. Speed disguises motivation, waiting exposes it. When validation disappears, only what is real remains. Delays strip away audience energy. There is no applause in waiting, no visible proof, no external reward. Without those signals, motivations are tested. Some desires weaken quickly, others persist quietly. This difference matters. What fades in silence was never yours. Many pursuits are fueled by identity performance, being seen as successful, being admired, being needed. These motivations feel powerful during momentum. Delay deprives them of fuel. Without recognition, they lose urgency. What remains is desire that does not depend on visibility. This is how truth surfaces. Waiting also exposes fear-based ambition. Some goals exist to escape insecurity, to outrun shame, to prove worth. Delay removes escape routes. You sit with discomfort. If the goal was built on avoidance, it becomes unbearable to continue. If it was built on meaning, it steadies. Avoidance cannot survive waiting. Delays also reveal emotional dependency on outcomes. When happiness is attached to arrival, waiting feels threatening. Anxiety increases. Identity destabilizes. This reaction reveals attachment, not passion. True desire does not collapse under delay. It adapts. Attachment demands immediacy. Desire tolerates time. Waiting also clarifies whether effort is aligned or compensatory. Compensatory effort tries to fill internal gaps. It feels urgent, tense, and exhausting. Aligned effort feels grounded, even when slow. Delay highlights this contrast. You notice which work drains you and which sustains you. Sustaining effort points to truth. Delays also uncover social conditioning. Many goals are inherited: cultural timelines, family expectations, peer comparison. Waiting interrupts these scripts. Without movement, you question why you started. You see which desires were installed rather than chosen. Choice replaces compliance. Waiting also tests integrity. Would you continue if no one knew? If no one praised you? If it never became visible? These questions surface naturally during delay. Integrity reveals itself through persistence without witnesses. Integrity survives isolation. Delays also dissolve fantasy. Fantasy thrives on anticipation. It inflates outcomes. It promises transformation. Waiting punctures illusion. Reality replaces projection. Some desires lose appeal when stripped of fantasy. Others deepen. Depth replaces excitement. Waiting also clarifies purpose. Purpose is steady. It does not require urgency. Validation-driven pursuits feel hollow during delay. Purpose-driven ones feel patient. They remain even when progress is invisible. Purpose does not rush. Delays also expose ego attachment. Ego wants recognition, status, proof. Waiting deprives ego of reinforcement. Ego protests. Discomfort rises. This reaction reveals whose desire was driving the pursuit. Ego weakens under delay. Waiting also highlights internal versus external motivation. External motivation fades quickly without feedback. Internal motivation persists quietly. Delay makes this distinction undeniable. Internal motivation lasts. Delays also reveal whether a goal supports well-being. Some pursuits damage health, relationships, or peace. Speed hides these costs. Waiting brings awareness. You feel the toll. You reassess. True desires align with sustainability. Sustainability signals truth. Waiting also filters ambition through values. When nothing is happening, values become louder. You notice misalignment. You feel resistance. You adjust direction. This refinement prevents regret. Values guide truth. Delays also reduce emotional noise. Without constant stimulation, you hear yourself. Thoughts slow. Feelings surface. You sense what feels right and what feels forced. This clarity is uncomfortable but accurate. Accuracy replaces confusion. Waiting also exposes whether desire is rooted in curiosity or insecurity. Curiosity remains open. Insecurity tightens. Delay amplifies this difference. Curiosity explores. Insecurity panics. Curiosity points to truth. Delays also dismantle performative identity. Without progress to display, performance loses meaning. Authenticity survives waiting. Waiting also clarifies whether you are chasing relief or fulfillment. Relief wants quick resolution. Fulfillment tolerates process. Delay reveals which one you are after. Fulfillment endures delay. Delays also challenge comparison. When progress stalls, comparison loses relevance. You are no longer racing, you are listening. This quiet breaks competitive illusion. Listening reveals truth. Waiting also tests emotional maturity. Can you stay present without certainty? Can you hold desire without grasping? This capacity reveals alignment. Alignment calms urgency. Delays also surface grief for borrowed dreams. Letting go of goals once cherished can hurt. That grief confirms they mattered, even if they were not right. Delay honors this transition. Grief clears space. Waiting also filters commitment. Surface-level interest fades. Deep commitment remains. This filtering prevents half-lived lives. Commitment defines truth. Delays also expose narrative attachment. Stories you told about who you would become begin to loosen. Reality invites revision. This flexibility allows truer paths to form. Revision supports growth. Waiting also reveals energy flow. You feel which activities energize you, even without reward. That energy is guidance. Energy does not lie. Delays also test patience for meaning. Meaning unfolds slowly. If impatience dominates, meaning may not be the goal. Delay clarifies this. Meaning is patient. Waiting also strips urgency from identity. You stop defining yourself by arrival. You feel more stable. This stability allows honest choice. Stability supports truth. Delays also reveal whether desire is expansive or constrictive. Expansive desires feel freeing even when delayed. Constrictive ones feel suffocating. This distinction becomes clear in stillness. Freedom signals alignment. Waiting also confronts fear of irrelevance. Many pursuits exist to avoid being forgotten. Delay surfaces this fear. Once faced, it loosens grip. Desire clarifies. Fear dissolves truth. Delays also reveal long-term satisfaction potential. If the thought of continuing for years feels heavy, alignment may be missing. True desires feel sustainable. Sustainability matters. Waiting also exposes emotional honesty. You can no longer hide behind progress. You face truth about motivation. This honesty is cleansing. Honesty refines direction. Delays also allow recalibration. You adjust goals to fit reality. This adjustment prevents disappointment. Realignment strengthens commitment. Waiting also filters relationships around goals. Who supports you without benefit? Who disappears without progress? This reveals alignment. Support reflects truth. Delays also remove urgency-driven decisions. Without pressure, you choose thoughtfully. This thoughtfulness reveals genuine desire. Thoughtfulness deepens clarity. Waiting also teaches detachment from outcome. Detachment allows honest evaluation. You see, if you want the journey, not just the destination. Journey reveals truth. Delays also expose internal resistance. Resistance signals misalignment. Waiting gives time to listen. Listening guides change. Waiting also clarifies whether desire comes from love or lack. Love is patient. Lack is urgent. Delay amplifies this difference. Love endures. Delays also strengthen self-trust. You learn to trust inner signals over external cues. This trust supports authentic choice. Authenticity requires trust. Waiting also filters ambition through peace. If peace disappears during waiting, the pursuit may be wrong. If peace remains, alignment is likely. Peace confirms truth. Delays also reveal the cost you are willing to pay. True desire accepts cost. Validation-driven desire resents it. Acceptance signals commitment. Waiting also reduces illusion of control. Without control, desire stands on its own. This clarity prevents self-deception. Truth survives surrender. Delays also expose whether desire contributes or consumes. Aligned pursuits give back. Misaligned ones drain. Contribution sustains meaning. Waiting also clarifies identity beyond achievement. You discover who you are without progress. This identity guides true desire. Identity precedes direction. Delays also reveal whether you seek becoming or proving. Becoming is slow. Proving is urgent. Delay exposes this difference. Becoming aligns with truth. Waiting also brings discernment. Discernment grows in quiet. You choose better. Better choices shape life. Delays also strip away borrowed urgency. What remains feels calm, clear, and rooted. Rooted desire lasts. Waiting also transforms disappointment into insight. What hurts to release teaches what mattered. This insight refines future direction. Refinement deepens fulfillment. Delays also clarify commitment to self. You stop abandoning yourself for approval. This loyalty reveals true desire. Loyalty anchors truth. Waiting also exposes the difference between desire and addiction. Addiction demands immediacy. Desire breathes. Breathing allows patience. Delays also free you from chasing mirrors. You stop pursuing reflections of worth. You choose substance. Substance fulfills. Waiting also teaches acceptance of uncertainty. This acceptance reduces desperation. Desperation clouds truth. Delays also allow purpose to mature. Immature purpose seeks validation. Mature purpose seeks impact. Impact requires time. Waiting also removes pressure to decide prematurely. Clarity arrives naturally. Natural clarity lasts. Delays also align heart and action. You stop forcing, you start listening. Listening reveals truth. Delays are not empty time. They are filters. They remove what was never meant to last and reveal what can. They separate validation from value, urgency from meaning, performance from purpose. And as this truth settles, another realization begins to rise. Because once desire is clarified, life begins removing what cannot grow with it. Habits, identities, and relationships start falling away quietly. As truth becomes clearer, something else begins to happen quietly. After waiting reveals what you truly want, life starts responding in a way that feels unsettling at first. Things begin to fall away. Not all at once, not dramatically, slowly, subtly, almost politely. This is the part few people talk about, the phase where nothing seems to grow, yet so much is being removed. There is a particular kind of discomfort that comes when progress pauses and loss begins instead. Habits stop fitting, relationships feel strained, old versions of yourself no longer make sense. It feels like regression. But it isn't. It is preparation. Expansion cannot happen on top of decay. Before anything can grow wider, it must grow cleaner. Life understands this instinctively. When growth is delayed, it is often because something in the current structure would rot under pressure. Instead of allowing that decay to spread later, life prunes early, quietly. Without explanation, pruning is not punishment, it is preservation. During delays, habits that once felt harmless begin to feel heavy. Routines lose effectiveness. Coping mechanisms stop working. Distractions lose their appeal. This is not because you are failing. It is because you are outgrowing them. Habits that once protected you now limit you. Life removes them by making them uncomfortable. You notice that certain behaviors no longer soothe you. They drain you instead. This awareness is the beginning of release. You are not forced to change. You simply cannot continue comfortably. That discomfort is intentional. Pruning also happens in relationships. Connections that were built on convenience, shared distraction, or old identities begin to strain. Conversations feel repetitive. Values misalign. Support feels conditional. These relationships are not bad. They are just no longer compatible with who you are becoming. Life does not always end them abruptly. Sometimes it creates distance. Silence grows. Effort becomes one-sided. This gradual separation prevents unnecessary harm. It allows space without confrontation. Letting go happens naturally when growth diverges. Pruning also affects identity. Roles you once relied on start feeling restrictive. The achiever, the helper, the fixer, the one who always holds it together. These identities served a purpose. They helped you survive, but they cannot support expansion. Life removes them by exhausting you. You begin to feel the cost of maintaining them. Fatigue increases, resentment appears, joy fades. This is not weakness. It is feedback. Identity that requires constant performance will decay under growth. Pruning also clears belief systems. Beliefs formed in fear, scarcity, or comparison lose relevance. You question assumptions you once defended. Ideas about success, worth, and timing soften. This mental pruning creates space for new understanding. Rigid beliefs cannot expand. During delays, life also removes urgency addiction. You no longer feel driven by constant pressure. Rushing feels unnatural. When urgency fades, you see how much of your life was built around reacting instead of choosing. This removal restores agency. Agency supports growth. Pruning also targets environments. Places that once inspired you now feel limiting. Workspaces, social settings, Digital spaces. You feel less energized there. This is not boredom, it is misalignment. Life nudges you out by reducing resonance. Pruning also removes emotional crutches. Validation seeking, overworking, over-explaining. These behaviors lose effectiveness. Without reinforcement, they fall away. This forces you to develop internal stability. Internal stability prevents decay. Pruning is often invisible to others. From the outside, it looks like stagnation. Nothing is launching, nothing is announcing itself. But internally, restructuring is intense. Energy is redirected. Resources are conserved. Growth is reorganizing. Pruning also protects future expansion. If old habits remained, they would sabotage new opportunities. If old relationships stayed, they would strain under change. If old identities persisted, they would fracture under responsibility. Removal now prevents collapse later. Pruning also refines boundaries. You stop tolerating what drains you. You stop explaining yourself. You say no with less guilt. This boundary formation is part of pruning. It removes access that would have harmed growth. Boundaries preserve integrity. Pruning also reshapes priorities. What once felt essential becomes optional. What once felt optional becomes essential. This reordering allows energy to flow where it is needed. Energy supports expansion. Pruning can feel lonely. As familiar structures fall away, there is a period of emptiness. This emptiness is not loss. It is clearing. It creates room for what cannot arrive yet. Room is required. Pruning also slows attachment to outcome. When things are removed, you learn to hold life more lightly. You stop gripping timelines. This detachment allows organic growth. Organic growth lasts. Pruning also dissolves false confidence. Confidence based on performance fades. Confidence based on presence forms. This quieter confidence does not need proof. Proof is unnecessary. Pruning also reveals hidden strength. Letting go requires courage. Watching things fall away without replacing them immediately builds trust in process. This trust becomes a foundation. Foundations support expansion. Pruning also interrupts repetition. Old patterns break when conditions change. You can no longer repeat what no longer exists. This interruption allows new behavior. New behavior enables growth. Pruning also cleans emotional residue. Unresolved resentment, lingering guilt, old shame. These surface during delay. Processing them prevents contamination of future joy. Clean space matters. Pruning also removes noise. Without constant stimulation, clarity improves. You hear yourself. You sense direction. This quiet supports alignment. Alignment supports expansion. Pruning also tests commitment. When rewards disappear, you see what remains. What you continue nurturing despite loss is what matters. Commitment reveals truth. Pruning also prevents overextension. Life removes obligations that would stretch you too thin. Energy fuels growth. Pruning also builds patience with loss. You learn that letting go does not equal failure, it equals evolution. This understanding softens grief. Softness supports resilience. Pruning also refines self-respect. You stop betraying yourself to maintain comfort. This respect becomes non-negotiable. Self-respect anchors expansion. Pruning also reduces dependency. You rely less on external structures. You build internal ones. This independence supports autonomy. Autonomy sustains growth. Pruning also prepares for complexity. Simpler structures handle complexity better. Removing excess creates flexibility. Flexibility prevents decay. Pruning also exposes what was never aligned. When things fall away easily, you see they were already loose. This insight prevents regret. Regret weakens growth. Pruning also teaches discernment. You learn what to release quickly and what to grieve slowly. This discernment protects emotional health. Emotional health supports expansion. Pruning also stabilizes values. You live closer to what matters. Less distraction, more intention. Intention guides growth. Pruning also removes performative urgency. You stop proving. You start becoming. This shift supports authenticity. Authenticity lasts. Pruning also resets rhythm. Life slows to a sustainable pace. This rhythm supports longevity. Longevity requires balance. Pruning also strengthens intuition. With less noise, inner signals sharpen. You trust timing. Timing guides expansion. Pruning also protects future joy. Joy cannot thrive in clutter. Removing excess makes space for depth. Depth enriches fulfillment. Pruning also teaches surrender. You allow life to take what no longer serves. This surrender reduces resistance. Less resistance allows flow. Pruning also prevents future decay. If old structures remained, they would rot under growth. Removal now saves pain later. Prevention is kindness. Pruning also clarifies identity. You see who you are without attachments. This clarity grounds expansion. Grounding supports growth. Pruning also deepens presence. With fewer distractions, you live more fully now. Presence enhances life. Pruning also aligns you with seasons. You respect cycles of loss and growth. This respect reduces struggle. Acceptance supports expansion. Pruning also strengthens resilience. You survive loss without collapse. This resilience supports future challenges. Challenges shape growth. Pruning also reveals simplicity. Simplicity is not lack. Focus fuels expansion. Pruning also teaches trust again. You trust that removal makes room. This trust calms fear. Calm allows growth. Pruning is quiet. It does not announce itself, but it is precise. It removes what would have decayed under pressure and protects what can grow strong. And as this clearing completes, another realization begins to form. Because sometimes life does not remove things randomly. Sometimes nothing moves because something inside you has not moved yet. And that is where the journey continues next. After the pruning, the silence feels different. It is no longer the silence of clutter being removed. It is the silence of space. And space has a way of revealing truths you couldn't hear before. When distractions fall away and certain people, habits, and identities are no longer holding your life together, the next question becomes unavoidable. If the path is clear now, why is it still not moving? This is where many people get confused. They assume the delay must be external. A bad economy, wrong connections, lack of luck, someone blocking them, life being unfair. But sometimes nothing moves because nothing inside has truly agreed to move. Not with the whole self, not with full integrity, not with real commitment. And the dream, in its quiet intelligence, refuses to grow on top of inner conflict. There is a specific kind of stagnation that feels like pushing a locked door. You're trying, you're planning, you're working, but you feel resistance that doesn't match the effort. It's not just slow progress, it's no progress. That is often the sign that the obstacle is not outside, it is within. Internal misalignment is the hidden weight. External resistance is obvious. You can name it, you can fight it, you can work around it. Internal misalignment is harder because it looks like waiting but feels like stuck. It drains energy without producing clarity. It creates cycles of starting and stopping, excitement followed by avoidance, urgency followed by fatigue. Misalignment creates motion that goes nowhere. One form of misalignment is wanting the outcome, but not the lifestyle that supports it. Many dreams require daily behaviors that the current self resists. Not because you are lazy, but because something in you associates those behaviors with threat, responsibility, exposure, failure, rejection. If the nervous system sees the path as dangerous, it will sabotage progress, even if your mind wants the reward. This is why you can want something deeply and still avoid the steps. Another form of misalignment is identity conflict. You want to grow, but you also want to stay familiar. You want new results, but you fear losing the version of you that people recognize. Growth changes relationships. It changes how others treat you. It changes expectations. If your identity is tied to being predictable, humble in the wrong way, or not too much, your dream will stall because expansion threatens belonging. Sometimes stagnation is not resistance, it is loyalty. You may be loyal to family roles that required you to stay small, loyal to friendships that would not survive your growth, loyal to an old story about who you are allowed to be. Dreams do not thrive under hidden loyalty contracts. The dream waits until you are willing to break them. Misalignment also shows up as self-betrayal. You say you want peace, yet you choose chaos. You say you want stability, yet you keep tolerating instability. You say you want love, yet you keep choosing people who confirm your fear. This is not stupidity. It is patterning. It is unconscious agreement with pain, because pain feels familiar. Familiar pain often feels safer than unfamiliar peace. Dreams that require wholeness will not grow while you keep choosing what breaks you, not because you are being punished, but because the dream would not be sustainable on a foundation of self-abandonment. Life protects what it intends to last. Internal misalignment also appears when you chase a dream for the wrong reason, not for meaning, but for validation, not for contribution, but to prove something, not for purpose, but to silence insecurity. When the reason is unstable, energy is unstable. Motivation fluctuates. You cannot stay consistent because the goal is not feeding your soul, it is feeding a wound. Wounds are never satisfied. Dreams resist being used as emotional medicine. They refuse to be your bandage, because even if you achieve the outcome, the wound remains, and then you will need a bigger outcome to distract from it. This cycle creates constant motion without fulfillment. A wise dream will not cooperate with that. Another form of misalignment is mismatch between values and methods. You want success, but you want it without compromising peace. You want recognition, but you fear visibility. You want wealth, but you carry shame around receiving. If the method violates your values, your inner system will resist. You may force action, but you will feel drained, inconsistent, or resentful. Dreams require congruence. Congruence means your values, choices, behaviors, and self-image are aligned. Without congruence, progress becomes friction. With congruence, even slow movement feels clean. Misalignment also shows up as unclear commitment. You tell yourself you want it, but part of you keeps an escape plan, a backup identity, a reason to quit. This half-commitment protects you from disappointment, but it also blocks momentum. Dreams respond to wholeness. They grow when the self is unified. Division creates delay. Sometimes the division is emotional. You want the dream, but you resent it for taking so long. That resentment becomes poison. It makes effort heavy. It turns practice into punishment. The dream becomes associated with frustration rather than meaning. This emotional association blocks flow. Your relationship with the dream matters. If the dream feels like a courtroom where you are constantly being judged, you will avoid it. If it feels like a home you are building patiently, you will return to it. Internal alignment includes emotional alignment. Misalignment also appears when you confuse a dream with an escape. Some dreams are fantasies designed to rescue you from your current life. The mind says, "If I achieve this, I will finally feel okay." But the current self remains neglected. The body remains exhausted. The relationships remain unhealthy. The daily life remains unlivable. In that state, the dream becomes pressure. Pressure creates resistance. Dreams do not move well under desperation. Desperation turns the future into a lifeboat and the present into a prison. This makes you anxious, impatient, and reactive. The dream waits until the present is treated with respect, because the present is where you must carry the future. Another hidden misalignment is fear of receiving. Many people think they fear failure. Often, they fear success. Success brings attention, expectations, new responsibilities, potential criticism. If you are not emotionally prepared to be seen, you will sabotage visibility. You might delay finishing, delay launching, delay committing. You call it perfectionism, but it is often fear. The dream waits until you are willing to be seen without collapsing. Misalignment also shows up in overthinking. Overthinking looks like preparation, but it is often avoidance. You plan, research, revise, rehearse, but you do not act. This is a sign that action triggers discomfort. The mind tries to control uncertainty by staying in thought, but dreams require movement, not mental loops. Thinking is not movement. Sometimes, stagnation is created by conflicting desires. You want freedom and security at the same time, in ways that cannot coexist yet. You want intimacy and independence, but you fear vulnerability. You want growth and comfort, but you resist discomfort. Until these conflicts are acknowledged and integrated, movement remains inconsistent. Integration creates momentum. Internal misalignment also appears as inconsistent self-care. You cannot build something meaningful while neglecting health, sleep, nutrition, rest, emotional processing. These are not accessories, they are foundations. When you neglect the body, you reduce capacity. Reduced capacity makes progress feel impossible. You blame external obstacles, but the true obstacle is depletion. Depletion feels like delay. Dreams that require stamina will not move when you keep draining your own fuel. This is not moral failure, it is physics. A depleted system cannot sustain expansion. Misalignment also appears as misused discipline. Discipline without self-respect becomes self-harm. You push without listening. You force without compassion. This creates rebellion. The inner self resists. Progress becomes a battle. Dreams grow best in cooperation, not war. Another form of misalignment is seeking permission. You wait for approval before you start. You want someone to validate that you are allowed. This need keeps you dependent. Dreams require ownership. They move when you stop asking for permission to be yourself. Ownership activates movement. Misalignment also shows up as hidden shame. Shame makes you feel undeserving. It creates subconscious sabotage. You procrastinate, you undercharge, you underperform, you stay small to avoid being exposed. Shame is not solved by achievement. It is solved by compassion, truth, and support. Dreams pause until shame is addressed, because shame will ruin whatever arrives. Misalignment also shows up when you keep repeating the same approach. You insist on one method because it protects identity. Changing method feels like admitting failure. But adaptation is not failure. it is intelligence. Dreams often stall until you release pride and become flexible. Flexibility unlocks movement. Sometimes stagnation is a sign that the dream you want is not the dream you need. This is difficult to accept, but delay creates space for discernment. If you feel constant resistance, not from fear but from emptiness, the dream may be wrong. Not bad, just not true. A dream that is not aligned with your nature will always feel heavy. Truth feels lighter, even when hard. Internal misalignment also appears as unspoken grief. Grief takes energy. Unprocessed grief reduces capacity. You try to build while carrying unresolved loss. This creates delay. The dream waits until grief is honored, because expansion on top of grief without healing creates collapse later. Honoring grief restores movement. Misalignment also appears as lack of clarity in why. Your why is the engine. Without it, effort stalls. Delay pushes you to refine why until it becomes real, not borrowed. Real why sustains action. Internal misalignment also appears as constant self-negotiation. You keep bargaining with your worth. You compromise standards. You tolerate disrespect. You abandon needs. This creates instability. Dreams require a stable self. They do not thrive when the self is constantly being traded for comfort. Stability begins with self-loyalty. Sometimes the dream refuses to move until you stop treating yourself like a project and start treating yourself like a person. A person with limits. A person with needs. A person worthy of patience. Misalignment also shows up as fear of ending chapters. You want the next level, but you keep one foot in the old life. Old habits, old relationships, old identities. This split energy slows momentum. Dreams require clean commitment. Clean commitment requires closure. Sometimes stagnation is simply life asking for honesty. Honest about what you want. Honest about what you fear. Honest about what you are avoiding. Honest about what you are unwilling to release. When honesty arrives, movement returns, because the dream was never blocked by the world. It was waiting for you to meet it fully. This is the hard truth. Dreams are not only destinations, they are mirrors. They reflect your alignment. When you move internally, they move externally. When you stay divided, they stay still. So the question is not only, why is this taking so long? The deeper question is, where am I not yet aligned with what I say I want? When you answer that honestly, without self-hate, the energy changes. Resistance softens. Clarity increases. The path opens not because the world changed, but because you did. And as this realization lands, another layer begins to rise. Because even when you move internally, there are seasons where you are close, so close, and still not there. That almost season carries its own grief, its own weight, and if it is ignored, it can become a trap. And that is where the journey continues next. After internal alignment begins to settle, something unexpected often follows. The path opens, movement returns, signs appear, progress becomes visible, and yet arrival still does not happen. You are close enough to feel it, but far enough to keep reaching. This is one of the most misunderstood seasons of all. Not waiting at the beginning, not rebuilding after loss, but standing at the edge of something meaningful and not being allowed to step into it yet. This is where grief quietly enters. There is a particular ache that belongs only to almost there seasons. It is not loud, it is not dramatic, it often goes unnamed. From the outside, things look promising. People say, "You're doing great," or "You're so close," or "Just a little longer." Those words are meant to encourage, but they often deepen the loneliness, because the pain of being close is different from the pain of being far. Being far carries clarity. Being close carries tension. When you are almost there, hope becomes heavier. Every small delay feels larger. Every pause feels personal. You can see the shape of what's coming, but you can't hold it. This creates a unique emotional strain that many people invalidate, even in themselves. They tell themselves they should be grateful, patient, strong. They minimize their feelings because it's not that bad. But grief does not measure itself by logic. It measures loss, and almost contains loss. There is grief in preparing for something that keeps postponing itself. Grief in adjusting your life around a future that hasn't arrived. Grief in holding excitement without release. This grief is real, even if nothing visibly wrong is happening. Ignoring it does not make it disappear. It makes it linger. Almost there seasons are emotionally exhausting because they require constant regulation. You are asked to stay hopeful without relief, motivated without reward, present without resolution. This sustained tension drains the nervous system in quiet ways. People often blame themselves for feeling tired here. They think something is wrong with their mindset. In reality, their system has been carrying anticipation for too long without closure. Anticipation without arrival creates fatigue. There is also grief in the identity you've already started to inhabit. You've mentally stepped into the next chapter. You've adjusted your sense of self. You've made internal shifts. But externally, the world hasn't caught up. This creates a split. You are no longer who you were, but not yet who you're becoming. Living in between identities is destabilizing. You feel misunderstood. You don't fully belong where you came from, but you don't yet belong where you're going. This in-between space can feel isolating, even when you're surrounded by people. Almost there seasons also bring grief around timing. You begin to calculate how much life has been spent waiting. You feel the weight of years. Milestones feel closer and farther at the same time. This awareness can trigger quiet panic. Even if you don't name it, time feels louder here. Many people suppress this grief because they fear that acknowledging it will somehow jinx the outcome. They worry that sadness means lack of faith. But grief does not cancel hope. It coexists with it. Unacknowledged grief prolongs suffering because it leaks out sideways. It becomes irritability, numbness, loss of motivation, cynicism, emotional withdrawal. The person keeps functioning, but with less color, less openness. This dulling is not strength, it is protection. Almost their grief also includes the pain of repeated near misses. Each time you think this might be it, and it isn't, something in you braces harder. The disappointment compounds. Even small setbacks feel heavier because they land on top of unresolved sorrow. This is how people become guarded right before breakthrough. Another layer of grief in this season is the grief of restraint. You are holding yourself back from celebrating, from relaxing, from committing fully to joy. You tell yourself, not yet. That restraint costs emotional energy. Joy deferred too long turns into tension. There is also grief in witnessing others arrive while you remain paused. Even when you are genuinely happy for them, something inside aches. Comparison feels sharper here, not because of envy, but because proximity makes the contrast more visible. You are not behind. You are close. And that closeness hurts. Almost there, seasons often activate old wounds around hope. If you've been disappointed before, closeness can trigger fear. You may feel yourself pulling back emotionally to protect against another letdown. This creates internal conflict. You want to believe, but you don't want to be hurt again. This push and pull is exhausting. There is also grief in the constant recalibration of expectations. You keep adjusting timelines, you keep revising plans, you keep explaining delays to yourself and others. This repeated mental labor wears you down. Mental exhaustion often hides beneath "I'm fine." Almost their grief also includes mourning the fantasy of how it was supposed to feel. You imagined arrival would be clean, joyful, obvious. Instead, you are stuck in ambiguity. Letting go of that fantasy is a loss in itself. Fantasy dissolving is a form of grief. Many people try to power through this season by staying busy, by focusing harder, by pushing more. But grief cannot be outworked. It needs acknowledgement. Honoring this grief does not mean giving up. It means allowing yourself to feel the cost of waiting without turning it into self-judgment. When grief is acknowledged, it softens. When it is ignored, it hardens. Almost there, seasons also test self-compassion. You may criticize yourself for feeling tired when everything is going well. You may tell yourself to be grateful instead of honest. This self-invalidation deepens pain. Gratitude and grief are not opposites. They can exist together. There is also grief around delayed relief. You are doing the work. You are showing up. You are changing internally. And yet the external relief you hoped for hasn't arrived. This gap creates frustration that can turn inward. Turning frustration inward creates shame. Almost there, grief often includes physical symptoms: tightness in the chest, shallow breathing, restlessness, sleep disruption. These are signs of prolonged anticipation without resolution. The body is waiting too. The body needs acknowledgement as much as the mind. Another hidden grief is the grief of holding it together for others. People look to you as an example of patience, resilience, strength. You don't want to burden them with your doubt or fatigue, so you carry it alone. Loneliness increases when grief is hidden. Almost there, seasons also bring grief around meaning. You may question why this stage exists at all. What lesson could possibly require this much waiting when you are so close? This questioning is natural. It is not a lack of trust. It is a search for coherence. Meaning matters in endurance. Ignoring grief in this stage often leads to emotional shutdown right when openness is needed most. People become cautious. They stop dreaming. They stop investing emotionally. They tell themselves they'll feel later, after arrival. But arrival without emotional openness feels empty. Grief honored becomes integration. Grief denied becomes numbness. Almost there, grief also teaches boundaries with hope. You learn how to hope without clinging, how to stay open without attaching your nervous system to timelines. This balance is delicate and requires self-awareness. Self-awareness grows through honesty. There is also grief in the cost already paid. You have invested time, energy, identity, sacrifice. Being close without completion can make you question whether it was worth it. This questioning is part of grief, not proof of failure. Questioning does not negate commitment. Honoring this grief means allowing space for sadness without turning it into despair. It means naming disappointment without letting it become bitterness. It means recognizing emotional fatigue without interpreting it as weakness. Grief wants to be witnessed, not fixed. When you honor almost their grief, something shifts, pressure eases, self-compassion increases. The nervous system relaxes slightly. You stop fighting your own feelings. This internal softening creates resilience. Resilience here is not about pushing harder, it is about staying human. Ignoring this grief prolongs suffering because unprocessed emotions slow movement. They cloud perception. They drain energy. When grief is allowed, energy returns. Allowance creates flow. Almost there, seasons are not a failure of timing. They are a test of emotional honesty. Can you stay open when hope is heavy? Can you care for yourself without abandoning the future? Honoring grief does not delay arrival. It often clears the final resistance. Because grief acknowledged becomes wisdom. It deepens presence. It sharpens meaning. It prepares you to receive what's coming without emotional debt. And as this grief is honored, another realization begins to form. Because sometimes waiting is not about loss or preparation or alignment alone. Sometimes waiting itself is the training. Proof that life is testing whether you can hold what is coming without being undone by it. And that is where the journey continues next. After the grief of being close is finally acknowledged, something settles. The emotional tension softens. The constant bracing eases. And in that calmer space, a deeper pattern becomes visible. Waiting was never only about time. It was about trust. Not your trust in life, but life's trust in you. There is a reason certain things arrive only after long seasons of delay. Not because they are rare, but because they are powerful. Power, love, responsibility, influence, visibility. These things do not just change circumstances. They amplify whatever already exists inside you. And life is careful about amplification. This is where psychological safety comes in. Psychological safety is not comfort. It is the ability to remain regulated under intensity, to stay grounded when emotions rise, to respond instead of react, to hold complexity without collapsing or controlling. This capacity is invisible until it is tested. Delays are the test. Life does not ask, "Do you want this?" It asks, "Can you hold this without harming yourself or others?" That question is answered through waiting, through frustration, through disappointment, through restraint, through uncertainty. Every delay is a training ground. Before power is given, regulation is required. Unregulated power damages. It leaks into control, ego, fear, and reactivity. People think they want power, but what they often want is relief from insecurity. Power given to insecurity multiplies harm. Life prevents this by slowing access. The same is true for love. Deep love exposes wounds. It activates attachment patterns. It triggers fear of loss. Without regulation, love becomes possessive, anxious, or avoidant. Delays in love are not always about compatibility. Sometimes they exist because the nervous system is still learning how to stay safe in closeness. Safety must come before intimacy. Influence works the same way. Being heard, seen, or followed brings pressure. Opinions are projected onto you. Expectations rise. Criticism sharpens. Without regulation, influence destabilizes identity. People either inflate or collapse. Delay trains emotional steadiness, so influence does not distort the self. This training is subtle. Life creates situations where you feel overlooked, misunderstood, passed over. You experience emotional spikes and learn to bring yourself back to center, over and over. This repetition builds capacity. Capacity is earned, not granted. Psychological safety training also teaches containment. Containment is the ability to feel deeply without spilling onto others. To hold anger without lashing out. To hold joy without losing discernment. To hold grief without shutting down. Delays expose emotional leaks so they can be repaired. Unrepaired leaks become damage under pressure. Life watches how you respond to small frustrations before handing you large responsibilities. Do you blame? Do you spiral? Do you numb? Or do you pause, regulate, and reflect? These patterns determine readiness. Readiness is behavioral, not verbal. Delays also reveal coping strategies. Under stress, people revert to what they know: control, avoidance, people-pleasing, overworking. Delays bring these to the surface. This is not to shame you. It is to show you where regulation needs strengthening. What surfaces now would explode later. Psychological safety training also involves tolerance for ambiguity. Power, love, and influence all involve uncertainty. You cannot control outcomes. You cannot guarantee approval. You cannot predict reactions. Delays stretch your tolerance for not knowing. They teach you to stay present without answers. Presence under uncertainty is safety. Life also tests emotional boundaries. Can you feel disappointment without attacking yourself? Can you hear "not yet" without interpreting it as rejection? Can you hold longing without desperation? These are regulatory skills. They determine whether you can receive without clinging. Clinging is unsafe. Delays also expose entitlement. Entitlement expects reward for effort. Regulation understands process. When entitlement surfaces, frustration spikes. Delay gently dissolves entitlement by removing control. Control must loosen before trust forms. Psychological safety training also includes learning how to self-soothe. Without self-soothing, people demand regulation from others. They require reassurance, validation, or control to feel stable. This creates burden. Life delays connection until self-soothing develops. Self-soothing protects relationships. Delays also test how you handle silence. Silence removes feedback. Without feedback, insecurity grows. Psychological safety allows silence without panic. You trust yourself even when nothing confirms you. Trust is regulation. Life also watches how you handle comparison. Comparison triggers shame, envy, or superiority. Regulation allows observation without identity collapse. Delays create comparison opportunities to test this. Comparison without regulation leads to distortion. Psychological safety training also builds emotional literacy. You learn to name feelings accurately. Frustration instead of failure. Sadness instead of weakness. Fear instead of laziness. Naming reduces reactivity. Language regulates emotion. Delays also teach pacing. Can you slow down without guilt? Can you rest without panic? Can you move intentionally instead of reactively? These skills prevent burnout when responsibility increases. Burnout is a failure of regulation. Life also tests how you handle hope. Hope without regulation turns into obsession. Delay teaches hope with detachment. You hold possibility without gripping outcome. Detached hope is stable. Psychological safety training also involves grief tolerance. Power and love bring loss alongside gain. Loss of privacy, loss of simplicity, loss of old identities. Delays build grief capacity so these losses do not overwhelm. Unprocessed grief destabilizes success. Delays also reveal anger patterns. Do you suppress anger until it leaks passive-aggressively? Do you explode? Or can you feel anger and choose response? Regulation requires anger literacy. Anger, ignored, becomes harm. Life also tests humility. Can you remain grounded without recognition? Can you accept correction without collapse? Can you stay open under critique? These responses predict how you'll handle influence. Influence magnifies ego. Psychological safety training also teaches emotional containment in joy. Joy can destabilize just as much as pain. People overspend, overcommit, or lose discernment when overwhelmed by good things. Delays build capacity to hold joy calmly. Calm joy lasts. Delays also teach responsibility for emotional impact. You learn that your moods affect others. Your stress transfers. Your calm stabilizes. Regulation makes you safer to be around. Safety attracts trust. Life also tests patience with process. Rushing increases mistakes. Delay teaches respect for sequence. This respect prevents damage. Sequence protects integrity. Psychological safety training also involves identity flexibility. Can you adapt without losing self? Can you grow without superiority? Can you change without fear? Delay stretches identity safely. Rigid identity fractures under pressure. Delays also reduce emotional volatility. Repeated exposure to disappointment without collapse trains steadiness. This steadiness becomes baseline. Baseline determines behavior. Life also tests how you handle disappointment toward others. Do you punish, withdraw, or communicate? Regulation supports connection even in unmet expectations. Connection requires regulation. Psychological safety training also teaches listening. When you cannot act, you observe. You listen inwardly and outwardly. This awareness improves judgment. Judgment improves outcomes. Delays also train non-reactivity, not indifference, but choice. You feel emotion fully but respond intentionally. This skill protects relationships and decisions. Non-reactivity is power. Life also tests how you handle responsibility without control. Can you show up without managing everything? Can you trust others? Delay exposes control patterns. Control blocks collaboration. Psychological safety training also includes self-compassion. Can you be kind to yourself when things stall? Shame dysregulates. Compassion stabilizes. Stability supports growth. Delays also prepare you for visibility. Being seen activates nervous system responses. Delay builds tolerance for attention without collapse. Visibility requires grounding. Life also tests emotional honesty. Can you admit uncertainty? Can you express needs? Regulation allows vulnerability without dependence. Healthy vulnerability builds trust. Psychological safety training also teaches respect for limits. You learn when to stop, when to say no. Limits prevent harm. Boundaries equal safety. Delays also test resilience after setbacks. Can you recover without self-blame? Recovery speed indicates regulation. Recovery predicts longevity. Life also tests patience with others' growth. Can you wait without resentment? This patience protects relationships. Relationships require timing. Psychological safety training also involves ethical restraint. Can you choose integrity when shortcuts appear? Delay reveals values under pressure. Integrity sustains influence. Delays also train emotional endurance. You stay engaged without reward. This endurance supports long-term responsibility. Responsibility requires stamina. Life also tests emotional consistency. Can you stay regulated across moods, or are you only stable when things go well? Delay reveals consistency. Consistency builds trust. Psychological safety training also teaches forgiveness. Holding grudges dysregulates. Delay creates opportunities to release resentment. Release restores energy. Delays also prepare you for leadership. Leadership demands calm in chaos. Delay creates chaos in manageable doses. Training precedes authority. Life also tests how you handle unmet needs. Do you demand, withdraw, or communicate? Regulation shapes response. Response shapes outcome. Psychological safety training also involves trust in timing. You learn that urgency is not truth. This trust reduces anxiety. Reduced anxiety improves decisions. Delays also teach emotional humility. You stop assuming readiness. You remain open to learning. Learning sustains growth. Life also tests compassion under pressure. Can you remain kind when frustrated? Delay reveals this. Kindness is safety. Psychological safety training also builds internal validation. You no longer need constant reassurance. This independence stabilizes identity. Stable identity holds power. Delays also test hope without attachment. Attachment creates suffering. Regulation allows hope without desperation. Balanced hope sustains effort. Life also tests your relationship with disappointment. Can you feel it without making it mean something about your worth? Regulation protects self-esteem. Self-esteem supports fulfillment. Psychological safety training is not a punishment. It is protection. Life delays not to deny you, but to ensure that when something arrives, it does not harm you or others. Waiting is not empty time. It is assessment, observation, conditioning, proof that you can remain regulated under pressure. And once this proof is complete, another shift begins. Because when emotional safety is established, waiting transforms into something else entirely. It becomes an act of courage, not passivity. A conscious choice rather than enforced stillness. And that is where the journey continues next. After understanding that delays are a kind of psychological safety training, a new perspective begins to form. Waiting stops looking like dead time. It starts looking like discipline. Not the loud kind of discipline that shows off through constant action, but the quiet kind that holds steady when everything inside wants to panic, force, or run. This is where the story changes. Because once you realize life has been testing your regulation before giving you more responsibility, you also realize something else. Not everyone can wait. Not because they lack time, but because they lack the inner strength to stay present without control. Waiting, done well, is courage. There is a reason patience is rare. It requires staying exposed. It requires holding uncertainty without turning it into drama. It requires being willing to look behind while still knowing you are not lost. Many people would rather rush into the wrong door than sit in the quiet and feel what they don't want to feel. Rushing feels active, but it is often fear. Real patience is not doing nothing. It is doing the hardest thing. Staying grounded while you don't get what you want yet. It is choosing not to betray your values to escape discomfort. It is refusing to sell your future for short-term relief. That refusal is not passive. It is disciplined. Waiting as courage begins with one truth. You do not have to react to discomfort. You can feel pressure and still choose your next move. Most people confuse discomfort with emergency. They think anxiety means something must be fixed immediately. Courageous waiting recognizes anxiety as a signal, not a command. You can feel urgency without obeying it. This is an active inner stance. It takes effort. It takes practice. It takes restraint. It requires the ability to observe your thoughts without being dragged by them. The mind screams, "Do something." Courage says, "Not yet. Not like this." This is how patience becomes power. Waiting as courage also means refusing to let ego drive timing. Ego wants to prove. Ego wants to arrive. Ego wants to show others you were right. Patience allows you to let outcomes come when they are mature, not when they are impressive. It takes courage to be misunderstood. People will interpret your patience as weakness. They will call you slow. They will call you indecisive. They may even pressure you to act just so they feel comfortable. Courageous waiting means letting others misunderstand you without abandoning your process. That is emotional strength. Waiting also requires trust in your own inner compass. When there is no external confirmation, you rely on principles. You rely on values. You rely on your sense of what is right. This requires self-trust. Not the kind that comes from winning, but the kind that comes from consistency. Consistency is courage in slow motion. Patience as discipline is also about choosing the long term over the short term. It is resisting quick fixes. It is not settling for temporary relief that creates long-term damage. This applies to careers, relationships, and personal habits. Many decisions are made to escape discomfort, not to build a life. Waiting refuses to make discomfort your leader. Courageous waiting also protects integrity. Integrity is what you do when you could take the shortcut and no one would know. Waiting often includes the temptation of shortcuts, cheating the process, forcing connections, compromising standards. Patience says, "I will not become someone I dislike just to get there faster." This is moral courage. Waiting also demands humility. Humility admits you do not control everything. It accepts that timing has layers you cannot see. Arrogance rushes. Humility listens. Humility can endure not knowing without collapsing into cynicism. Humility is a form of strength. Patience is also an act of emotional leadership. When you wait well, you regulate not only yourself, but the environment around you. People feel your steadiness. It calms them. It models what stability looks like. Stability is contagious. Courageous waiting also includes active preparation. Waiting does not mean pausing your growth. It means aligning your inner world while you continue building skills, habits, and readiness. You prepare quietly. You train without applause. You strengthen foundations. Preparation is patience in action. Many people confuse waiting with inactivity because they only respect visible effort. But the most important work is often invisible. Emotional regulation, self-awareness, boundary building, skill refinement. These things do not look impressive on social media, but they determine the quality of your life. Invisible work is still work. Waiting as courage also involves resisting comparison. When others move faster, the temptation is to panic, to doubt yourself, to abandon your pace. Courage means staying committed to your path, even when your timeline looks different. Comparison creates haste. Courage creates focus. Patience is also courage because it requires you to tolerate uncertainty. Uncertainty is one of the greatest triggers for fear. The mind wants guarantees. The future refuses. Courageous waiting learns to live without guarantees while still taking responsible steps. This is mature faith. Waiting is also courage because it forces you to face emotions you would rather avoid. Restlessness, doubt, loneliness, disappointment. Many people rush simply to escape these feelings. Patience means staying with them long enough to learn what they are trying to teach. Emotions carry information. When you wait with courage, you listen to that information instead of numbing it. Patience also protects relationships. In relationships, rushing creates pressure. It demands certainty. It forces roles. Courageous waiting allows people to grow at their pace. It creates space for honest connection rather than forced attachment. Forced connection creates fragility. Waiting also prevents self-betrayal. Many people act quickly to avoid looking foolish. They accept less than they deserve. They say yes when they mean no. They compromise. Patience gives you time to choose from strength, not from fear. Strength chooses slowly. Waiting as courage also includes the ability to hold hope without obsession. Obsession is not hope. Obsession is anxiety wearing hope's clothing. It demands constant signs, constant reassurance, constant progress. Courageous waiting holds hope gently. It remains open, but not frantic. Gentle hope is stable. Patience also means staying committed even when results are delayed. This is where discipline is tested. You keep showing up, you keep practicing, you keep refining. Not because the reward is immediate, but because the work is aligned. Alignment sustains discipline. Waiting as courage also includes saying no to distractions that promise fast relief. Distractions are often disguised as opportunities. They look productive, but they pull you away from your deeper path. Courage means staying focused on what matters most. Focus is a form of devotion. Patience also requires emotional boundaries with other people's timelines. People will rush you because they are uncomfortable with waiting. Their anxiety becomes pressure. Courageous waiting means you do not adopt their urgency as your own. Their panic is not your clock. Waiting as courage also involves accepting that growth happens in cycles. There are seasons for building, seasons for pruning, seasons for resting, seasons for expanding. Courage means honoring the season you are in instead of forcing a different one. Forcing seasons breaks you. Patience also trains inner stability. When you wait well, you prove to yourself that you can survive delay. This proof builds confidence. Confidence that is not dependent on outcome. Confidence becomes calm. Waiting also strengthens discernment. When you don't rush, you notice details. You see red flags. You recognize misalignment. You avoid mistakes that speed would have caused. Discernment is protection. Patience is also courage because it requires you to endure being underestimated. People respect quick wins. They overlook slow builders. Courageous waiting means you continue building quietly while others overlook you. Underestimation can be freedom. Waiting also prevents premature exposure. Some things need privacy to grow. Some skills need time to mature. Courageous waiting protects your work from being judged too early. Privacy supports development. Patience also includes learning to sit with unfinished identity. You are not fully who you used to be, and not yet who you are becoming. This in-between feels uncomfortable. Courage means staying there without forcing a false identity for comfort. In-between is formation. Waiting as courage also means choosing emotional responsibility. You regulate yourself instead of dumping anxiety onto others. You hold your fears without making them someone else's job. Emotional responsibility is maturity. Patience also invites simplicity. When you are not rushing, you stop overcomplicating. You do what matters. You let go of noise. Simplicity strengthens focus. Waiting as courage also means letting life unfold without constant control. Control is not strength. Control is fear that refuses to trust. Courageous waiting accepts uncertainty and still moves responsibly. Responsible movement is not rushing. Patience is also an act of self-respect. You refuse to settle for what is not aligned. You allow time to bring the right conditions rather than forcing the wrong ones. Self-respect has a clock of its own. Waiting as courage also means honoring small progress. In delay seasons, progress is subtle. It's in habits, mindset, stability, clarity. Courageous waiting sees these changes and values them. Subtle progress is real progress. Patience also protects joy. When you rush, you often arrive exhausted. You cannot enjoy what you worked for. Courageous waiting ensures that when joy arrives, you have the capacity to hold it. Capacity protects happiness. Waiting as courage also includes forgiveness. You forgive yourself for not being faster. You forgive life for not being predictable. This forgiveness keeps your heart open. An open heart waits differently. Patience also requires discipline in attention. You choose where to focus. You do not feed anxious thoughts. You train your mind toward what you can control. This is active mental work. Attention is a muscle. Waiting strengthens it. Patience is also courage because it keeps you honest. It prevents you from pretending. It forces you to confront what's real. Real is not always comfortable, but it is freeing. Truth supports peace. Waiting as courage also means you stay in the process even when it is boring. Many people quit not because it is hard, but because it is quiet. Courageous waiting continues through silence. Silence is part of growth. Patience also builds resilience to setbacks. When you accept waiting as normal, setbacks don't destroy you. You recover faster. You stay steady. Steadiness is strength. Waiting as courage is not resignation. Resignation is giving up internally while time passes. Courageous waiting is staying awake, staying responsible, staying aligned, staying prepared. It is holding your future without forcing it. It is the discipline of not becoming someone you dislike just to escape discomfort. And as this patience becomes stronger, another truth begins to emerge. Because courage in waiting is not only about endurance, it is also about protection. Some outcomes come with weight, and if your identity is not stable, success can break you. That is where the journey continues next. As waiting turns into courage, another truth quietly follows. Courage is not only about endurance, it is also about protection, because there is a kind of damage that does not come from failure, but from arriving too fast. Not everything that looks like a blessing feels like one, once it lands on an unprepared identity. This is where delays reveal another purpose. They are not only shaping patience, they are building structure, internal structure, the kind that holds weight when life suddenly expands. Without it, success does not elevate, it fractures. There is a specific kind of collapse that happens when success arrives faster than identity can adapt. From the outside, it looks like confusion, burnout, arrogance, addiction, or self-sabotage. From the inside, it feels like losing yourself. People describe it as emptiness, pressure, fear of being exposed, or the sense that they are living someone else's life. This is identity collapse. Identity collapse happens when external change outpaces internal coherence, when roles multiply faster than self-understanding, when expectations arrive before boundaries, when recognition comes before self-trust. The self cannot keep up, so it splinters. Delays prevent this. Identity is not a label, it is a system. It includes values, emotional regulation, self-concept, boundaries, meaning, and self-respect. This system must be built gradually. Instant success skips construction and demands load-bearing performance immediately. Most people do not realize how heavy success is. Success brings attention. Attention brings projection. Projection brings pressure. Pressure exposes cracks. If identity is built on validation, comparison, or performance, pressure destroys it. Delays slow exposure, so identity can solidify. One way delays prevent collapse is by separating self-worth from outcome. When you wait, you learn who you are without reward. You learn how to exist without applause. This creates a self that does not panic when attention arrives. Without this separation, success becomes a drug. People who succeed instantly often confuse achievement with worth. When achievement fluctuates, worth collapses. Anxiety spikes, control tightens, joy disappears. The identity becomes fragile because it was never anchored internally. Delays anchor worth. Another protective function of delay is identity integration. Growth changes you. New roles, new expectations, new environments require psychological adjustment. When change happens slowly, the self integrates step by step. When change is sudden, integration fails. Sudden change creates fragmentation. You see this when people feel like imposters. They look successful but feel fake. This is not always insecurity. It is often unintegrated identity. The outer role arrived before the inner self caught up. Delays give the self time to catch up. Delays also protect values. When success comes fast, values are tested immediately. Money, power, or recognition demand decisions. Without clarity, people compromise without noticing. Over time, this erodes self-respect. Self-respect erosion leads to collapse. Waiting clarifies values before they are tested. You decide who you are before the stakes are high. This protects integrity when pressure arrives. Delays also prevent identity inflation. Inflation happens when people over-identify with success. They become the role, the title, the image. This feels empowering at first, but it creates dependency. When the role is threatened, the self panics. Delay teaches identity beyond roles. When you have waited, you know you exist without the role. This knowledge prevents panic when roles change. Delays also build emotional resilience. Success amplifies emotion. Praise feels intense. Criticism feels sharper. Without emotional regulation, people swing between euphoria and despair. Emotional swings destabilize identity. Waiting trains emotional steadiness. You learn how to hold feeling without being consumed by it. This steadiness becomes scaffolding. Scaffolding holds expansion. Delays also protect against identity confusion. When you grow too fast, you are exposed to conflicting expectations. People want different things from you. Without self-definition, you bend in all directions. Bending too much breaks you. Delay allows you to define yourself before others try to define you. Delays also protect against performance addiction. When success arrives quickly, people feel pressure to maintain it. They overwork, they overperform, they sacrifice health and relationships to keep up. Eventually, they burn out. Waiting breaks the link between performance and identity. You learn to exist without constant output. This prevents over-identification with productivity. Delays also reduce fear of loss. Instant success creates fear of losing what you did not learn to live without. This fear drives control and anxiety. Waiting teaches you how to live without guarantees. Freedom from fear stabilizes identity. Delays also allow for internal boundaries to form. Boundaries are not just about saying no to others. They are about knowing when to stop, when to rest, when to protect yourself. Without boundaries, success consumes. Waiting teaches boundaries through fatigue, reflection, and adjustment. These boundaries prevent collapse later. Delays also protect meaning. When success arrives too fast, meaning lags behind. People achieve goals without understanding why. Fulfillment feels empty. They chase more to fill the gap. Delay allows meaning to develop alongside achievement. Delays also prevent role confusion. Sudden success often forces people into leadership, influence, or responsibility before they understand how to hold it. They confuse control with leadership, visibility with value. Waiting allows role clarity. Delays also support psychological ownership. When things are earned slowly, you feel connected to them. You understand the process. You respect the outcome. This ownership stabilizes identity. Instant success feels borrowed. Borrowed identities collapse easily. Delays also protect against external dependency. When success arrives quickly, people rely heavily on external affirmation. They check metrics, feedback, reactions constantly. Identity becomes reactive. Waiting builds internal validation. Internal validation stabilizes the self under scrutiny. Delays also slow identity comparison. Rapid success places you in comparison arenas quickly. Rankings, competition, judgment. Without self-trust, Comparison distorts identity. Waiting reduces comparison's grip. Delays also build humility that protects identity. Humility allows learning. It allows correction. It prevents ego from hardening. Without humility, identity becomes brittle. Brittle identity shatters under stress. Delays soften ego. Delays also protect relational identity. Success changes relationships. People project. Dynamics shift. Without clarity, identity becomes reactive to others' expectations. Waiting clarifies relational boundaries. Delays also allow shadow integration. Shadow traits are parts of self we avoid. Ambition, anger, desire, fear. Success brings these into the light. Without integration, they act out unconsciously. Waiting allows shadow work. Integrated shadow strengthens identity. Delays also protect against identity diffusion. Diffusion happens when you feel scattered, unsure who you are, what you want, or where you belong. Sudden change intensifies diffusion. Waiting consolidates self-concept. Delays also prevent premature visibility. Visibility exposes identity to scrutiny. Without stability, scrutiny destabilizes. Waiting allows self-definition before exposure. Self-definition protects. Delays also support ethical grounding. Power tests ethics. Without grounding, people rationalize harmful choices. Delay allows ethical frameworks to form. Ethics stabilize identity. Delays also reduce attachment to outcome narratives. Instant success locks identity into a story. This is who I am now. If the story breaks, the self collapses. Waiting allows identity flexibility. Flexible identity adapts. Delays also prevent emotional outsourcing. People without internal scaffolding rely on substances, distractions, or validation to cope with pressure. This leads to addiction. Waiting builds internal coping. Internal coping protects health. Delays also strengthen self-authorship. You become the author of your life, not a character reacting to events. This authorship stabilizes identity. Authorship requires time. Delays also prevent disorientation. Sudden change disorients. Waiting allows orientation. Orientation supports stability. Delays also teach loss tolerance. Success always involves loss, privacy, simplicity, old relationships. Waiting prepares you for these losses. Preparation prevents shock. Delays also protect against entitlement. Entitlement erodes gratitude. Without gratitude, identity becomes hollow. Waiting cultivates appreciation. Appreciation grounds identity. Delays also encourage internal coherence. Coherence means thoughts, values, actions, and identity align. Instant success disrupts coherence. Waiting builds coherence. Delays also protect against identity foreclosure. Foreclosure happens when identity becomes fixed too early. Waiting keeps identity open and evolving. Evolution prevents collapse. Delays also build self-efficacy. You learn you can survive uncertainty. This confidence stabilizes identity. Confidence reduces panic. Delays also prevent emotional whiplash. Rapid success brings emotional highs and lows. Waiting smooths emotional range. Stability preserves self. Delays also allow purpose to mature. Immature purpose cannot hold success. Waiting matures intention. Mature intention stabilizes identity. Delays also teach stewardship. You learn to care for what you receive. This care prevents misuse. Misuse destroys identity. Delays also protect joy. Without internal scaffolding, joy becomes fragile. Waiting builds capacity for joy. Capacity prevents collapse. Delays are not barriers to identity, they are builders of it. They create internal beams, supports, and anchors so that when life expands, the self does not fracture under the weight. Instant success skips construction and demands performance. Delay insists on structure. This is not cruelty, it is care. And as identity stabilizes, another shift begins. Because once the self can hold success without collapsing, joy itself must be relearned, not rushed, not doubted, but received without guilt or sabotage. And that is where the journey continues next. Once identity has been strengthened enough not to collapse under success, another challenge quietly appears. It is unexpected, and many people are unprepared for it. After all the waiting, the work, the restraint, and the growth, joy finally approaches. And instead of relief, something else rises first. Guilt, doubt, suspicion, a feeling that happiness must be temporary or undeserved. This is where waiting reveals its final lesson, not how to endure pain, but how to receive joy. There is a strange discomfort that comes when something good arrives after a long delay. You have imagined it for so long that the reality feels unreal. You check for the catch, you brace for loss, you hesitate to relax. This reaction is not ingratitude, it is conditioning. Delayed joy changes the nervous system. It trains you to survive without reward. Survival becomes familiar. Joy feels unfamiliar. Many people think the hard part is waiting. Often, the harder part is allowing happiness to stay. Waiting teaches endurance. Endurance teaches restraint. Restraint, if left unchecked, can turn into self-denial. You get so used to holding back that you forget how to open. Joy arrives, and instead of welcoming it, you question it. This is where guilt enters. Guilt often sounds like humility, but it is not the same thing. Guilt says, others are still suffering, so I shouldn't be happy. Guilt says, if I enjoy this, I'm tempting fate. Guilt says, if I relax, something bad will happen. These beliefs are learned, not true. Delayed joy exposes them. When happiness comes quickly, people accept it casually. When it comes late, people scrutinize it. They ask if they earned it enough, if they waited long enough, if it is safe to trust. Waiting creates seriousness. Joy requires lightness. One of the hidden lessons of delay is teaching you that joy is not a reward you cash in all at once. It is a capacity you must develop. You learn to hold happiness without tightening, without scanning for danger, without minimizing it. This is not automatic, it is learned. Delayed joy teaches discernment between gratitude and guilt. Gratitude allows joy to expand, guilt contracts it. Gratitude says, this is meaningful. Guilt says, this is risky. Waiting gives you time to notice the difference. Many people sabotage joy because it threatens identity. If you have built your sense of self around struggle, patience, or endurance, happiness can feel like betrayal. You may unconsciously create problems just to return to familiar ground. Waiting helps loosen that identity. It teaches you that struggle was a season, not a personality. That patience was a skill, not a life sentence. That suffering was a teacher, not a requirement. Delayed joy also teaches trust in stability. When joy comes after waiting, you learn that it does not vanish immediately. You learn to sit in it, to breathe, to let your shoulders drop. This retrains the nervous system from vigilance to presence. Presence allows joy to deepen. Another reason delayed joy feels difficult is because you have grieved along the way. You have lost time, versions of yourself, expectations, and fantasies. Joy arriving does not erase those losses. It exists alongside them. This complexity can feel confusing. Waiting teaches emotional complexity. You learn that joy does not cancel grief. It coexists with it. You can feel both without invalidating either. This emotional maturity allows joy to feel real, not fragile. Delayed joy also dissolves the myth that happiness must be justified. You stop asking, "Do I deserve this?" and start asking, "Can I receive this responsibly?" This shift matters. Deserving is a moral judgment. Receiving is a relational skill. Receiving requires openness, not worthiness calculations. Waiting also teaches you how to recognize subtle joy. Not the explosive kind, but the quiet settling. The peace of alignment, the comfort of belonging, the relief of not forcing. This joy is easier to miss if you expect fireworks. Delayed joy is often gentle. It shows up as steadiness instead of excitement, as contentment instead of adrenaline, as ease instead of urgency. Waiting trains you to appreciate this texture. Another challenge with delayed joy is fear of loss. After waiting so long, the thought of losing what you finally gained feels unbearable. This fear can cause clinging, overprotection, anxiety. These reactions suffocate joy. Waiting teaches non-attachment. You learn that joy is not secured by gripping it. It is secured by presence, by allowing it to move naturally, by trusting that you can survive change again if needed. Delayed joy also teaches you to stop postponing life. Many people live in after mode. After I succeed, after I heal, after I arrive. Waiting reveals the cost of this postponement. When joy finally comes, you realize how many moments you skipped. This awareness encourages full participation now. Waiting also challenges the belief that joy must be productive. You learn to enjoy without optimizing, to rest without earning it again, to laugh without a reason. This rehumanizes you. Joy does not need justification. Delayed joy also retrains your relationship with pleasure. Pleasure can feel dangerous if you associate it with loss or disappointment. Waiting allows pleasure to arrive slowly, in manageable doses. This builds trust. Trust allows pleasure to stay. Another lesson of delayed joy is allowing others to witness your happiness. After long struggle, people often hide joy to avoid envy or disappointment. But hiding joy reinforces guilt. Waiting teaches you that joy shared responsibly does not harm others. Joy can coexist with compassion. Delayed joy also teaches you how to stop scanning for the next problem. Hypervigilance keeps the body tense. Waiting trains patience with uncertainty. When joy arrives, that patience helps you stay present instead of anticipating collapse. Presence protects joy. Waiting also softens disbelief. Disbelief says, "This won't last." Waiting replaces that with experience. You learn that good things can endure, that stability is possible. This belief shift changes how deeply you enjoy. Delayed joy also reveals how much you have changed. You receive happiness differently now, more gently, more consciously, less desperately. Waiting matured your capacity. Mature joy is sustainable. Another part of receiving joy without guilt is releasing comparison. When joy comes late, you may feel behind. You may compare your happiness to others. Waiting teaches you that timing does not define value. Your joy is not smaller because it came later. Late joy is not lesser joy. Waiting also dissolves the need to rush joy. You do not try to extract everything from it immediately. You let it unfold. This patience allows depth. Depth makes joy meaningful. Delayed joy also invites gratitude without pressure. Gratitude that is quiet, not performative, not "I should be thankful," but "I notice this." This noticing deepens satisfaction. Waiting also teaches you to receive support without shame. Joy often comes with help from others. Waiting humbles you enough to accept help without guilt. This strengthens connection. Connection amplifies joy. Another challenge delayed joy addresses is self-sabotage through overthinking. You analyze happiness until it loses spontaneity. Waiting trains trust in experience over analysis. Experience must be lived. Delayed joy also teaches forgiveness toward yourself. You forgive past impatience, past mistakes, past detours. This forgiveness clears space for joy to settle. Unforgiven past blocks present joy. Waiting also reframes happiness as something you steward, not something you chase. You care for it through balance, boundaries, and presence. This stewardship prevents burnout. Burnout kills joy. Delayed joy also teaches how to celebrate without excess. You enjoy without numbing, without overindulging. This moderation protects well-being. Moderation sustains pleasure. Waiting also prepares you to accept joy without apology. You stop shrinking your happiness to make others comfortable. You learn that honoring your joy does not diminish compassion. Joy does not steal from others. Delayed joy also builds trust in cycles. You understand that joy ebbs and flows. You stop panicking when it softens. This calm acceptance allows joy to return naturally. Acceptance stabilizes emotion. Another gift of delayed joy is clarity about what happiness actually feels like to you. Not what culture promised, not what you imagined, but what fits. This clarity prevents chasing illusions. Illusions drain energy. Waiting also teaches you to stay grounded in joy. You do not lose routines, values, or self-care when things improve. This grounding keeps joy integrated into life. Integration prevents collapse. Delayed joy also invites simplicity. You enjoy ordinary moments more. You do not need constant stimulation. This simplicity makes happiness accessible. Accessible joy lasts. Waiting also teaches humility in happiness. You do not flaunt it. You respect it. You protect it. This humility keeps joy from becoming ego fuel. Ego distorts joy. Delayed joy also allows you to recognize when happiness is safe. Safety is not excitement, it is calm. Waiting teaches you to trust calm happiness. Calm happiness is deep. Another important lesson is releasing the belief that suffering is required. Waiting shows you that suffering was a season, not a prerequisite. Joy does not need pain to justify it. Joy does not owe suffering. Delayed joy also teaches patience with joy itself. You let it arrive in layers. You do not rush to label it. This patience allows joy to integrate fully. Integration makes joy real. Waiting also transforms fear of loss into confidence in resilience. You know you can survive loss again if needed. This knowledge allows you to enjoy without clinging. Non-clinging deepens joy. Delayed joy also teaches emotional honesty. You allow yourself to say, "This feels good," without minimizing, without shame. Honesty honors joy. Waiting also breaks the habit of postponing pleasure. You stop waiting for perfect conditions. You engage now. This engagement makes life fuller. Fullness supports happiness. Delayed joy also invites you to redefine success. Success becomes inner ease, not just external achievement. This redefinition aligns happiness with well-being. Alignment sustains joy. Waiting also teaches you to trust your body's response to happiness. You notice relaxation, warmth, ease. You let it happen. This embodiment deepens experience. Embodied joy is lasting. Delayed joy also helps you recognize when guilt is old programming. You challenge it. You choose presence instead. Choice empowers joy. Waiting also teaches reverence for joy. You treat it as something precious, not something to exploit. This reverence protects it. Protection allows longevity. Delayed joy also encourages balance between celebration and routine. You enjoy without abandoning structure. This balance supports mental health. Structure supports joy. Waiting also teaches you to receive without proving. You do not perform happiness, you live it. Living joy is freedom. Delayed joy also helps you stop fearing happiness as a setup. You trust life's rhythm. This trust allows openness. Openness welcomes joy. Waiting also reminds you that happiness is not the opposite of pain. It is the presence of meaning, peace, and connection. Meaningful joy endures. Delayed joy also teaches patience with integration. You allow happiness to become familiar. Familiarity reduces anxiety. Familiar joy is safe. Waiting also helps you let go of survivor identity. You are no longer just enduring, you are living. This shift is profound. Living is the point. Delayed joy is not lesser joy. It is refined joy. It arrives after you have learned how not to destroy it. Waiting teaches you how to receive happiness without guilt, without disbelief, and without sabotage. And as this joy becomes stable, another realization begins to form. Because your journey, your waiting, and your lessons were never meant to stay with you alone. There are people you have not met yet who will need what you learned. And that is where the journey continues next. When delayed joy finally becomes something you can hold without guilt, a new kind of quiet begins to settle in you. It is not the quiet of waiting anymore. It is the quiet of steadiness. And in that steadiness, you start noticing a strange shift. Your pain feels less random. Your story feels less private. Your survival starts to look like preparation for something beyond you. This is where the journey reveals another hidden purpose. Some delays are not only for your growth, they are for your usefulness. Not usefulness as productivity, but usefulness as presence. Because there are people you have not met yet who will one day need proof that what they're going through is survivable, and you will be that proof. There is something powerful about being witnessed by someone who understands without needing an explanation. Not someone who gives advice from theory, but someone whose calm came from real struggle. Waiting seasons create that kind of person. They turn your experience into a language that can reach others. Life does not only build you for outcomes, it builds you for impact. Delays position you to become a witness. A witness is not just an observer. A witness is someone who can look at another person's pain and say, without performance, I recognize this. That recognition is healing, because one of the deepest wounds people carry is the feeling that their suffering is abnormal. Your journey gives you the ability to normalize what others are ashamed of. Most people don't need a perfect mentor. They need a human one. Someone who understands setbacks, confusion, and the slow pace of healing. Someone who doesn't panic when things take time. Delays teach you how not to panic. That calm becomes a gift. There is a reason some people cannot help others, even with good intentions. They rush, they minimize, they try to fix what needs to be felt. They offer cliches because they can't tolerate discomfort. But someone who has lived through waiting can sit with pain without trying to escape it. That ability saves people quietly. Delays also build credibility you cannot fake. Not the credibility of fame, but the credibility of truth. When you speak from lived experience, people feel it. Your words land differently. Your presence carries weight. Weight comes from what you endured, not what you achieved. This is why your journey needs witnesses you haven't met yet, because your future influence will not come only from success. It will come from the way you survived the gap between effort and outcome. People connect to the gap, not the highlight. Delays also teach you how to tell the truth without bitterness. Many people go through hard things and become hardened. They become cynical. They turn pain into a weapon. But delays, when processed, turn pain into compassion. Compassion is what makes your story safe for others. There are people who will meet you later in life, not by accident, but because your timing will align. They will be in a season you once lived through. They will be confused, tired, close to giving up. And something in your tone, your steadiness, your words will tell them, you're not crazy, you're not weak, you're in the process. Sometimes that is all a person needs to keep going. Delays also teach you the difference between helping and rescuing. Rescuing makes people dependent. Helping makes people stronger. When you've waited, you understand the importance of letting others walk their path. You learn how to guide without controlling. This matters because the goal is not to make people rely on you. The goal is to remind them of their own strength. Only someone who has faced helplessness can respect another person's autonomy. Delays also train patience with other people's growth. Everyone grows differently. Some heal quickly, others take years. Some change in silence. Others need repetition. A person shaped by delay does not demand fast transformation from others. They allow process. That allowance is healing. Many people are not broken. They are simply rushed. They have been pressured to move on before they integrated. You, having been delayed, know what it means to integrate. You become a safe place for integration. Delays also give you language. Not fancy language, but honest language. You learn how to name what you once could not name: restlessness, shame, loneliness, the grief of being close but not arrived. These experiences give you vocabulary others don't have. When you name what someone feels, you give them relief, because confusion often hurts more than pain. Delays also position you to break cycles. Many people repeat harmful patterns because they have never seen an alternative. But when you survive delay without collapsing, you model a different way to live. You show that patience can coexist with ambition, that boundaries can coexist with love, that stillness can coexist with strength. Your existence becomes permission, and permission changes lives. There are also witnesses you haven't met yet who will need your cautionary wisdom, not to scare them, but to protect them. You will be able to say, speed can lie, validation can trap, unprepared success can break you. These truths are hard to hear from someone who has never lived them, but they are easier to receive from someone who has. Delays also refine your empathy. Empathy is not feeling sorry for people. Empathy is understanding without superiority. When you've been delayed, you lose the urge to judge. You understand complexity. You recognize that people aren't lazy, they are overwhelmed. They aren't stubborn, they are scared. They aren't unmotivated, they are tired. This understanding makes you gentle. Gentleness is rare, and people heal around gentle people. Delays also teach you how to stay with someone's discomfort without taking it personally. When someone is struggling, they may be irritable, they may be withdrawn, they may not accept help. Many people cannot handle this and pull away. But someone trained by waiting understands that discomfort is not rejection. This steadiness keeps relationships alive. Your journey also gives you timing wisdom. You learn that pushing people before they're ready creates resistance. You learn that some things unfold only when the person feels safe. You learn how to offer support in a way that respects readiness. That respect creates trust. Delays also create a certain kind of humility that makes you approachable. People are not drawn to perfection, they are drawn to honesty. When someone shares their pain, they want to feel safe, not judged. Your humility communicates safety. Safety is what allows truth to be spoken. There are witnesses you haven't met yet who will need your story because it will match their secret fears. They will be afraid they are behind, afraid they missed their chance, afraid their delay means failure. Your story will become a mirror that tells them otherwise. Mirrors heal. Delays also teach you that healing is not linear, and this makes you a better guide. You won't promise quick results. You won't sell false certainty. You will tell the truth. Growth has relapses, plateaus, confusion, and that truth will prevent people from giving up when their journey isn't smooth. Truth keeps people moving. Delays also position you to lead with presence instead of performance. Many leaders speak loudly but lack depth. Their words are impressive but hollow. People sense it. But a person shaped by waiting leads differently. They don't need to dominate. They don't need to prove. They guide through steadiness. Steadiness is leadership. Your journey also teaches you how to hold grief in others. You know, grief doesn't need fixing. It needs witnessing. You know, silence can be supportive. You know, tears are not weakness. These lessons make you a safe companion. Companionship saves lives quietly. Delays also help you recognize what people need in different seasons. Sometimes they need encouragement. Sometimes they need rest. Sometimes they need a boundary. Sometimes they need honesty. Waiting sharpens discernment. You stop offering the same advice to everyone. Discernment makes your help effective. There are witnesses you haven't met yet who will need to see what resilience actually looks like. Not the social media version, but the real one, the kind that gets up even when it's tired, the kind that keeps faith without certainty, the kind that adjusts without quitting. You become proof that resilience can be quiet. Delays also transform your relationship with purpose. Purpose becomes less about what you achieve and more about who you become for others. Your life starts to carry a kind of message without you trying. The message is embedded in your character. Delays also prepare you to guide without ego. Helping others can inflate ego if you're not careful. It can turn into savior identity. But someone who has been humbled by waiting knows the danger of that. You remember what it felt like to be vulnerable. You don't want to overpower anyone. You want to empower them. This difference matters. Delays also make you a bridge between worlds, between those who are still in waiting and those who have arrived, between those who are drowning in uncertainty and those learning trust. You become someone who can translate the process. Translation is a gift. There are also witnesses you haven't met yet who will never tell you how much you helped them. They will watch how you live, how you speak, how you respond to setbacks. They will borrow your calm. They will borrow your patience. They will borrow your hope. Your influence will be silent, and that silent influence can change someone's direction. Delays also position you to create spaces for others. Communities, conversations, work that helps people feel seen. When you've been delayed, you know what people need: honesty, safety, and time. You stop trying to rush healing. Delays also teach you how to hold complexity without turning it into confusion. You understand that people can be strong and tired, hopeful and sad, motivated and overwhelmed. This complexity allows you to support real humans, not ideal versions. Real support saves real lives. There are witnesses you haven't met yet who will need your story because they will be tempted to give up right before their own breakthrough. They will be tired of waiting. They will feel ashamed. They will believe they missed their chance. And you will be able to say, from lived truth, Delay is not denial. That sentence will land like a lifeline. Your journey also gives you patience for your own growth, which makes you less controlling in relationships. People feel safe around those who don't need them to be different immediately. Safety allows change. Delays also help you develop the ability to hold hope responsibly. You don't promise what you can't guarantee. You don't manipulate. You offer grounded encouragement. This honesty builds trust. Trust is healing. There are witnesses you haven't met yet who will see their own future in your endurance. They will understand that their pain is not proof of failure. It is part of formation. Formation creates meaning. Delays position you not only to receive what's coming, but to become someone whose presence changes rooms, someone whose story gives people permission to keep going. And as you step into this role of witness, another truth begins to rise. Because being a witness is not only about helping others, it is also about what happens when you skip the waiting room entirely. When lessons are bypassed, emotional maturity is missing, and hidden costs appear later. And that is where the journey continues next. After recognizing that your journey was shaping you into someone others would one day need, another truth begins to surface. Not everyone is willing to wait. Not everyone stays in the room long enough to be changed by it. Some people leave early, some are rushed through, some bypass the waiting room entirely. And what they gain in speed, they often lose in depth. This is where cost appears. There is a quiet immaturity that forms when life lessons are skipped. It does not always look obvious. It can hide behind confidence, talent, charm, or success. But under pressure, it reveals itself. In reactions that are too sharp, in relationships that fracture easily, in decisions that prioritize relief over responsibility. Skipping the waiting room creates gaps. The waiting room is where emotional muscles are built. It is where frustration is felt without being discharged destructively. It is where disappointment is processed instead of avoided. When this space is skipped, the emotions do not disappear. They remain undeveloped, and undeveloped emotions behave unpredictably later. Emotional immaturity is not about age, it is about untrained capacity. People who skip waiting often struggle with regulation. They react quickly, they take things personally, they swing between extremes. Not because they are flawed, but because they were never given time to practice steadiness. Life moved too fast, or they forced it to. The cost shows up quietly. One cost is intolerance for discomfort. When waiting is avoided, discomfort becomes threatening. People rush to fix feelings instead of understanding them. They numb, they distract, they control. This creates shallow coping strategies that collapse under stress. Discomfort avoidance limits growth. Another cost is fragile self-worth. Waiting teaches you who you are without validation. Skipping it ties worth to outcome. Praise becomes oxygen. Criticism becomes suffocation. Identity becomes unstable. This fragility creates anxiety. Skipping the waiting room also leads to poor boundaries. Boundaries are learned through friction, through saying no, through feeling guilt and surviving it. When life moves too fast, boundaries remain theoretical. People overgive, overcommit, or isolate entirely. Healthy boundaries require practice. Another cost is emotional dependency. Without waiting, people often rely on others to regulate them. They seek constant reassurance. They expect others to manage their moods. This creates strain in relationships. Relationships become caretaking instead of connection. Skipping waiting also leads to impatience with others. People expect growth to be fast because theirs was. They judge slowness. They pressure change. This damages trust. Trust requires respect for timing. Another cost is shallow empathy. Empathy deepens when you have felt stuck, unseen, or delayed. Without that experience, advice replaces understanding. Solutions replace presence. Presence is what heals. Skipping the waiting room also affects decision-making. Decisions made without reflection are often reactive. People choose what feels good now rather than what lasts. Long-term consequences are overlooked. Short-term relief creates long-term problems. Another cost is poor frustration tolerance. When things don't work immediately, people escalate. They blame, they quit, they sabotage. They lack the endurance that waiting builds. Endurance sustains effort. Skipping waiting also leads to entitlement. When things come easily, effort feels optional. Gratitude weakens. Expectations grow. This entitlement strains relationships and environments. Entitlement erodes connection. Another cost is identity rigidity. Waiting teaches flexibility. Skipping it locks identity early. People cling to roles. They resist feedback. They fear change. This rigidity breaks under pressure. Flexibility prevents collapse. Skipping the waiting room also disrupts emotional integration. Experiences pile up without being processed. Lessons are learned intellectually but not embodied. This creates inconsistency between belief and behavior. Integration creates coherence. Another cost is overconfidence without wisdom. Talent without patience becomes arrogance. Intelligence without humility becomes blindness. Waiting tempers ability with perspective. Perspective prevents harm. Skipping waiting also leads to burnout. Without pacing, energy is drained. Without reflection, rest feels unearned. People push until they break. Rest must be learned. Another cost is poor conflict resolution. Waiting teaches how to sit with tension without attacking or withdrawing. Skipping it leads to avoidance or explosion. Healthy conflict requires tolerance. Skipping the waiting room also weakens self-trust. When life moves too fast, people never learn how to navigate uncertainty independently. They doubt themselves when structure disappears. Self-trust grows in uncertainty. Another cost is addiction to stimulation. Without waiting, silence feels unbearable. People fill every gap. This constant stimulation numbs awareness. Awareness requires stillness. Skipping waiting also creates superficial resilience. People appear strong until circumstances change. Then collapse happens because strength was never tested gradually. Gradual testing builds resilience. Another cost is impatience with self. Without waiting, mistakes feel intolerable. Shame increases. Growth slows. Self-compassion supports learning. Skipping the waiting room also affects leadership. Leaders without waiting experience often confuse authority with control. They struggle with listening. They fear vulnerability. Leadership requires humility. Another cost is inability to receive feedback. Waiting teaches openness. Skipping it creates defensiveness. Feedback feels like threat. Feedback supports growth. Skipping waiting also reduces emotional literacy. Feelings are labeled vaguely or avoided entirely. This confusion leads to miscommunication. Language clarifies emotion. Another cost is fear of stillness. Stillness brings awareness. Without waiting, awareness feels dangerous. Awareness is necessary. Skipping the waiting room also leads to impulsivity. Without patience, people act quickly to relieve discomfort. Regret follows. Patience prevents regret. Another cost is shallow purpose. Purpose formed without struggle often lacks depth. It wavers under challenge. Depth sustains meaning. Skipping waiting also affects relationships with time. Everything feels urgent. Nothing feels complete. Satisfaction is elusive. Urgency exhausts joy. Another cost is lack of gratitude. Waiting teaches appreciation. Skipping it makes blessings feel expected. Gratitude anchors happiness. Skipping the waiting room also creates difficulty with endings. Without processing, people avoid closure. They carry unresolved attachments. Closure frees energy. Another cost is emotional volatility. Moods swing easily. Stress escalates quickly. Stability requires regulation. Skipping waiting also leads to unrealistic expectations of life. People expect smooth paths. When reality disrupts this, disillusionment hits hard. Realism protects hope. Another cost is diminished patience with learning. Skills require repetition. Without waiting, people quit early. Mastery requires time. Skipping the waiting room also weakens compassion for struggle. People assume effort equals outcome. They judge those who are delayed. Compassion grows through delay. Another cost is dependence on external structure. When structure disappears, people feel lost. Internal structure is built in waiting. Skipping waiting also leads to avoidance of grief. Grief is postponed. It surfaces later in distorted ways. Grief must be honored. Another cost is reduced capacity for joy. Without contrast, joy feels flat. Contrast enriches experience. Skipping the waiting room also creates fear of failure. Failure feels catastrophic instead of informative. Failure teaches resilience. Another cost is identity confusion during change. Without gradual adaptation, transitions feel overwhelming. Transitions require preparation. Skipping waiting also leads to poor self-regulation in success. People overspend, overcommit, or overindulge. Moderation is learned. Another cost is emotional dishonesty. People hide discomfort. This creates disconnection. Honesty builds trust. Skipping the waiting room also affects mental health. Anxiety increases. Depression deepens. Coping skills are underdeveloped. Mental health requires capacity. Another cost is inability to sit with uncertainty. Uncertainty feels intolerable. Control increases. Control replaces trust. Skipping waiting also leads to shallow reflection. People move on too quickly to learn. Reflection builds wisdom. Another cost is difficulty receiving help. Pride blocks support. Support strengthens resilience. Skipping the waiting room also weakens patience with complexity. Life is simplified dangerously. Complexity requires tolerance. Another cost is emotional exhaustion. Constant reaction drains energy. Regulation conserves energy. Skipping waiting also limits self-awareness. Patterns repeat unnoticed. Awareness enables change. Another cost is fragile confidence. Confidence collapses under pressure. True confidence is tested. Skipping the waiting room also leads to unresolved fear. Fear drives decisions unconsciously. Fear must be faced. Another cost is difficulty holding responsibility. Pressure feels overwhelming. Responsibility requires preparation. Skipping waiting also creates shallow identity narratives. Stories lack depth. Depth gives meaning. Another cost is inability to slow down later. Speed becomes addiction. Addiction limits choice. Skipping the waiting room also weakens ethical judgment. Shortcuts feel justified. Ethics guide integrity. Another cost is poor recovery from setbacks. People spiral. Recovery builds resilience. Skipping waiting also leads to disconnection from self. People feel empty despite activity. Connection requires stillness. The waiting room is not a punishment, it is training. When skipped, The cost is paid later, often in private ways. Emotional immaturity does not announce itself loudly. It reveals itself under pressure, in relationships, in choices, in quiet dissatisfaction. Waiting teaches what speed cannot. Every delay you questioned, every pause you fought, every season that felt slow or unfair was never empty. It was shaping you, protecting you, rewiring you, and preparing you in ways speed never could. Delays edited your identity, filtered your desires, broke old patterns, built emotional strength, and taught you how to hold joy without fear. Nothing was wasted, nothing was random. Every moment was part of the journey, even the ones that hurt. Trusting life does not mean understanding everything. It means realizing that growth often happens where progress is invisible, and timing often protects what matters most. When you stop fighting the delay, you start walking with it. And that's when life opens. If this message reached you, leave a comment and write, "I trust the process." Let it be a reminder to yourself and a signal to others who are still waiting that they are not alone. If you want more reflections like this that calm the mind and strengthen the inner world, subscribe to the channel and stay with us. Your journey isn't behind, it's unfolding exactly as it needs to.